Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I am Dr. Tiffany Caesar, and I have had the pleasure to work with the Iberia African American Historical Society on this wonderful event that we have today, which is called the Queen Mother Moore Legacy Symposium and Celebration.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to be here to share this in the place where my grandmother was born. And she wasn't the kind of grandmother that baked cookies or took us to the zoo. I mean, she took me to Africa at age 13.
Say about Queen Mother Moore or talk about how I got to her is that I like to talk about her as kind of the spider web that holds the Black freedom movement together.
I had the opportunity to meet Queen Mother Moore when I was a young man 50 years ago now, when I was 18 years old.
Come on, give it to her. I need that energy. I need her, as we all do. We definitely stand on the shoulders of a queen. And it is for that reason that I felt I must allow Queen Mother to speak. No one can tell Queen Mother Audley Moore's story better than Queen Mother Audley Moore.
Audley had a dream that one day she would be queen. Audley changed the world. Mother Moore was about the community.
It's important for us to stand up in our communities and take control and learn how to be self-sufficient, how to create jobs and opportunities, how to create an economic base, and that's the struggle, but that's the goal right now, to really create an economic engine that could liberate us to create more jobs, more opportunities for the children. So here in the garden is where I like to spend a lot of time to relax, to open up, to connect with the earth, to actually be able to feed myself, to feed my family, to feed my community. So this is an important aspect of the business. Just where the times that we're in right now, it's just important to grow your food and learn the process of growing food and where it comes from to replenish the body.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I am Dr. Tiffany Caesar, and I have had the pleasure to work with the Iberia African American Historical Society on this wonderful event that we have today, which is called the Queen Mother Moore Legacy Symposium and Celebration. I am so ecstatic and happy and thrilled that all of you all have came to honor Queen Mother Moore on a weekday, right? In the middle, on a Wednesday. I think there's a song on a Thursday, I think. But today we are here on a Wednesday. I will just state that Queen Mother Moore is a human rights activist, political theorist, educator, African liberation leader, mother, writer, educator, and so much more. But I'm not the one here to talk about her. We have three wonderful scholars who works, surrounds, preserving Queen Mother Moore, as well as other African Americans in the United States. And so I'm not going to say much more about her. I'm going to let them speak on the legacy of Queen Mother Moore. But what I am going to do is to share with you a little bit background about the program and how it all came about. And then I'm going to have a special treat. So I want to make sure that everyone has signed in. This is a grant-funded program by the Louisiana Endowment for Humanities. So we want to make sure they know that we have people who showed up to support us. Also, I hope you got this beautiful program, right? I would like to shout out Jade, who is the chair of the program committee, who has been helping us and helping me put this event together. I would like to shout out quickly Jim and Janet over the communication committee of the Iberia African American Historical Society, who have been sending you all the emails and things of that nature, and everyone else who have helped to make this event wonderful. I see Roz, I see Shar, I see Mr. Reedham. We are all here today in honor of Queen Mother Moore. So I would like to state that our president, our beautiful president, Dr. Phoebe Hayes, did have a doctor's appointment this morning. So she will not be able to make it, but she will be showing herself in between some of the events. And so I would like to just read this welcome message that's in our program today, and say that Dr. Phoebe Hayes is the creator of the Iberia African American Historical Society. So thank you, Dr. Hayes. The Iberia African American Historical Society was recently awarded a rebirth grant from the Louisiana Endowment for the Humanities to host the Queen Mother Moore Legacy Symposium and Celebration to honor Audley Moore, Queen Mother Moore, life on Wednesday, July 27, 2022. Today is Queen Mother Moore's birthday. She would have been 124 years old. Yes, we can clap up for that. This is the first time that the commemoration program will be done here in honor where she was born in New Iberia, Louisiana. So though some of us already knew that she was born here, and there has been some newspaper articles written about her, this is the first time we're doing a commemoration program in honor of her, and I'm hoping that this is the first and not the last, right? Right. This is part one. Part two is a historic marker that we are hoping to get that will be placed on Martin Luther King Boulevard in front of the Very Fresh Market. So there is a part two. Again, the Iberia African American Historical Society is not just about programming, we also are about permanence. So we want to make sure that when we honor these figures who are from New Iberia, that we have a space where people can go and read and learn about them. That's exactly what we did for Dr. Emma Wakefield, that's what we did for Howell Institute, and that's exactly what we're doing for Queen Mother Moore. Audley Moore, known as Queen Mother Moore, was a Pan Africanist, civil rights activist, theorist, African liberation leader, and educator, born here, July 27, 1898. She is considered a mother of the Pan-African liberation movement and a founder of the reparation movement. In addition, her role signifies the importance of Black women in nation-building initiatives. The Iberia African American Historical Society, again, was founded in 2017 by Dr. Phoebe Hayes to research the long and rich history of African Americans in Iberia Parish. So if you look into the program, you're going to see just a brief bio of our panelists, which I'm going to read and just add a little bit more. Then this is the first of the event. We have a series of about 4 programs today. After this program, I'll be going to Sear Gates, hopefully I'm saying that right, at the city park to read a children's stories to a summer camp on Queen Mother Moore. And then we will have a discussion at the Berry Fresh Market where Mr. Carl Cooper would talk about the importance of Black business and organizing. And after that, around 5:30, we will come back here and we will have a wonderful musical and theatrical performance and program that will be headed by our one and only Mr. Reedham. So I really hope that you all can come back and participate in all our activities. And if not, if you can just share, that will be great. Now, before I talk a little bit more about our speakers and our special surprise, I do want to encourage you all to see Janet and Jim in the back. We have some beautiful things that you can purchase to remember your time here. We have the beautiful new Iberia African American Historical Society t-shirts. We also have an image from our last marker reveal from Howe Institute, and that was wonderful. We had great scholars come talk about the importance of Howe Institute, which was the first African American school here in New Iberia that Booker T. Washington actually came and spoke to. So if you want that image or that rendition of what that was like, we also have that. Tonight, at the wonderful closing ceremony, we have an auction of an original painting by Mr. Antonio Loxton himself, who has been working with different programs in New Iberia and around Louisiana when it concerns to cultural heritage preservation and sharing art education. So right now you can go in the back and buy the print, but the original one is going to be up for auction tonight at the closing program. So be ready for that. So I'm going to show you this now. Don't say I didn't tell you. Oh yes, and the original one is at the end of the stage. So I will like to just take a moment to talk a little bit about our wonderful speakers that we have the pleasure to have today, who have traveled far and wide, right, to come to this wonderful program. We have Dr. Ashley D. Farmer. Dr. Ashley D. Farmer is an associate professor in the African and African Diaspora Studies Department at University of Texas, Austin. She is working on a forthcoming book on Queen Mother Moore called Queen Mother Moore, Mother of Black Nationalism. The forthcoming University of Carolina Press. And she is the author of many books concerning Black women, transnationalism, and activism. And some of her work has appeared in the Washington Post and the Black Perspective. And when it comes to Queen Mother Moore and recognizing her career, she states, "With this remarkable career, I can think of few other Black women activists who are so deserving of such recognition and willingness when it comes to the city of New Iberia. She was a legendary figure in the Black freedom movement. It is long past time that the city celebrate this remarkable figure through local history, events, and markers. I wholly support the Iberia African American Historical Society's efforts to commemorate Moore's life and look forward to working with them as they do so. So can we give Dr. Former a round of applause? The next person we have is Dr. Cassie C. Turnipseed. Dr. Cassie C. Turnipseed is an assistant professor of history at Jackson State University. She's a leading public historian on the preservation of civil rights activists in the South. She recently created an historic marker for Fannie Lou Hamer in Indianola, Mississippi, and promoted Mississippi's Black history with MSNBC host Joy Reid. And she says that her expertise is surrounding the preservation of African American civil rights activists in the rural South. Queen Mother Moore is worthy of preservation, and I look forward to discussing the importance of preserving the legacy of Queen Mother Moore and her shared history. So can we give Dr. Cassie C. Turnipseed a round of applause? Our last speaker is Dr. Akinyele Imoja. He is not here with us today, but he is going to Zoom in. So we're very excited that he was able to do that. Dr. Akinyele Imoja is a full professor of African American Studies at Georgia State University. Queen Mother Moore was his mentor as a student, and he has written extensively about Queen Mother Moore and the reparation movement. He is a scholar, activist, and professor of Africanist Studies, and he has written highly acclaimed books such as We Will Shoot Back, Armed Resistance, and the Mississippi Freedom Movement. Can we give him a round of applause as well? I'd like to say that you can also find more information on Queen Mother Moore on our website, in which we have created a public archive in which we use some of the sources of our wonderful esteemed guests. We share some of their digital sources on our page, so please feel free to look on the Iberia African American Historical website to find more information on Queen Mother Moore. And I would like to just briefly say that when I started this process a year ago, it almost seemed like 2 years ago, but it was a year ago, I was finishing working as a 5th grade teacher at Johnston Hopkins Elementary. And I wanted to make sure that my 5th grade students had information about the significance of the Black public figures here. And so when I asked the Iberia African American Historical Society, how can I assist? And they told me I can assist with grant writing that can preserve the history and legacy of our wonderful people here. Queen Mother Moore was the woman who came to mind. So I'm so excited that not only us, but the students and the youth will also have something to remember Queen Mother Moore by. Before we start, we have the descendants of Queen Mother Moore here today. We have the granddaughters, Judith Warner and Audley Warner here. They flew all the way from Chicago and Philadelphia to come see this wonderful program. This is the first time they're here in New Iberia. I would like to give Audley Warner the opportunity to come and speak on the behalf of her family concerning this event. Please, Audley Warner, you may come.
Good morning and greetings to one and all.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to be here to share this in the place where my grandmother was born. I am Audley III. I am her namesake, and our father is Thomas Warner, who is the son of Queen Mother Moore. He could not be here today. He's in his early 90s, and health conditions probably would not do the best to permit him to be here today. But on his behalf, my sister and I are here, and we want to really, really thank the Iberia Historical Society for permitting this opportunity for Dr. Farmer and our wonderful lady here. We wouldn't have been able to do this with, I'm telling you, they know more about my grandmother than I do in some aspects. And she wasn't the kind of grandmother that baked cookies or took us to the zoo. I mean, she took me to Africa at age 13, 4 countries. I was taught my history young, not what we've been taught, growing up in schools. They don't give us our history. I'm not going to say a whole lot about her because we've got some panelists up here that are going to tell you much more than I know about her as far as her legacy. But I did want to convey our gratitude for being here. It is our honor to be here amongst you. And on behalf of my father, he thanks you as well back in Philadelphia. So without further ado, I'm going to let you all have the program. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
I truly appreciate you and Judith being here to represent the family. I would like to say we are very appreciative of the Slyman Theater. We're appreciative of Bubba, who's going to be helping us throughout the events, making sure we have sound, audio, and all our technology is okay. I do want to encourage you to make sure that you sign in if you haven't had the opportunity to. We do need that for our documents. We also have surveys that we would love for you all to participate so that we can always make sure we are improving as an organization. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our first wonderful speaker. And before I do that, I do want to say after our first speaker, we will take probably like a 5-minute pause because we do have our second speaker who's going to be zooming in, and we're going to have to kind of work with the technology. So without further ado, can we give a warm round of applause to Dr. Ashley D. Farmer.
Good morning, everybody. It is wonderful to be here. This is my second time in New Iberia, and it is just as wonderful as the first time I was here before the pandemic. So as Tiffany said, I am currently completing a biography on Queen Mother Moore. Her first biography that accounts from her life from 1898, and even going back further, researching her family who grew up here in New Iberia and actually in Jeanerette, where she was born, all the way to her death in 1997. And so we have some wonderful speakers that are going to talk a little bit and give you some insight into her life and what it was like organizing with her. But first, I want to give everybody just a little bit of background on her because I think all of us may know little bits about her, but maybe not everybody knows the entirety of her whole life. So can I get like a show of hands? How many people have heard of Queen Mother Moore when they were children? Did anybody hear about their children? Okay. What about in the age of Judy? Not your granddaughter putting that up. How many people heard about her, say, like in their 20s? Okay, a few more. What about in their 30s to 50s? All right. And then how many people are new today to learning about her? Anybody? All right, that's what we like to see. Well, welcome to the Queen Mother Moore kind of Legion of Legacy, as it were. Amen. All right, so I'm going to start with a couple of slides giving an overview, and then we'll get into more. So first of all, this is a picture of Queen Mother Moore in her New York apartment in the late 80s and early 1990s. So what I like to say about Queen Mother Moore, or talk about how I got to her, is that I like to talk about her as kind of the spider web that holds the Black freedom movement together. Now, what do I mean by that? I'm saying, so when I was researching Black women and radical politics, my first book is on Black women and the Black Power movement. Everybody I talked to said, well, I learned everything I know from Queen Mother Moore, right? Queen Mother Moore taught me about the science of organizing, Queen Mother Moore taught me about the African diaspora. Queen Mother Moore taught me about what it was like to get up and from sun up to sundown fight for Black liberation, right? But many people didn't have a picture of her, right? Or had never heard her voice or never seen her. And so the reality is that from about the 1920s to the 1990s, she was everywhere and anywhere related to the Black freedom movement. I'm talking about working alongside Malcolm X. I'm talking about engaging in African liberation struggles. I'm talking about organizing here in New Iberia and New Orleans. But most people didn't encounter her unless they were looking for something else. And I kind of think that's like a spider web, right? Sometimes you don't see a spider web till you walk right through it, or till the light shines on it just right? But it's always there and it's holding things together. So today what I want to do is kind of shine that light on that web so that you can see all the ways in that she moved in the Black freedom movement, and we can talk about what her legacy meant for us, yeah? Can I do that with y'all? Yeah, all right, you're here with me? Yeah. Okay. All right, so let's start where we are, New Iberia, Louisiana. So she is born in New Iberia here in 1898. We actually don't have a birth certificate for her, but we know this because of her baptismal record at St. Peter's Church, right? Our families were Catholic, and she is the daughter of Ella and St. Cyr Moore, who you see here. Now, St. Cyr was a property man who lived in Jeanerette in New Iberia. He moved up and down that little way. He had a horse company, kind of a horse and carriage company, and he also worked for the lumber mills. Ella was a very well-to-do woman. She spoke French. Legend has it that she also went to France as kind of the nanny or au pair of white children, all right, or the domestic worker of white children. And they married. She was the third wife of St. Cyr. So St. Cyr had two other sets of children. I think some people here, perhaps even Dr. Hayes, are related to her first set of children, his first set of children, which would have been Clarence and Henry and Maddie Moore. So you should understand that Queen Mother Moore was set on a totally different path in life. Like I said, St. Cyr and Ella were of, nice Iberian society. They migrated to New Orleans, as was often the case when you were looking to move towards the big city. And there they lived among propertied and money people of color, right? St. Cyr was a respected man. Ella was able to not work and just take care of the kids. And so Queen Mother Moore often says that she was being raised to be a bourgeois little stinker. Yeah, those are her words, not mine, right? But what happened? Ella died very soon after she was born, or not she was born, but her two sisters, Eloise and Loretta, were born, so at a relatively young age. And then St. Cyr died when she was about 18 years old. So all of a sudden, this kind of safety net that she had disappeared. And she had to go to work to take care of her two younger sisters, Eloise and Loretta. She did the work of what most Black women did in turn of the century America, domestic work, right? And eventually she had to drop out of school and tried to keep their schooling going. But as what happens often when you slide up and down that class ladder, right? Well, all of a sudden you have something, you have nothing. All of a sudden a different world becomes revealed to you. And you see the hardships of how people live, and you understand the importance of Black organizing in order to survive, right? And so it's from this that she comes from, like, being a bourgeois little stinker to what we now know her as, which is this Black nationalist leader. So she starts getting involved in organizing in New Orleans, where they live, the three sisters. And she meets a man named Josiah Spraggs. Josiah Spraggs runs along the banana ships for the United Fruit Company in the early 20th century. He's a Jamaican-born man, but there aren't that many opportunities in Jamaica, so he hitches his ride to the seas, right? He eventually settles in New Orleans. He's working in a restaurant, and he is also somebody that is an adherent of Marcus Garvey and his Universal Negro Improvement Association. Do we know Marcus Garvey? Have we heard of Marcus Garvey? Yeah, we know who Marcus Garvey is, right? All right, so it's Josiah Spraggs that takes her to Marcus Garvey's meetings in New Orleans in the 1920s. And she tells the story, this is perhaps her most famous story, if you've ever heard of it. So Marcus Garvey is slated to speak about 1916, 1917 in New Orleans. Of course, the white law enforcement was not trying to have this guy to come in and tell black people to have pride in themselves, that they need to develop their own shipping lines, that they need to develop their own black nation. That wasn't going to go over well. So they try to bar Marcus Garvey from speaking that night in New Orleans. So what do Queen Mother Moore and Josiah Spraggs and everybody do? They start packing heat. They come the next day. And the way she always tells this story with such, Audley knows, she always tells this story with such rigor, right? She says she had 138 in her bosom and 138 in her pocketbook, right? And so Marcus Garvey comes out the next day, and she says the police file into that Longshoremen's Hall in New Orleans, right? And everybody stands up on the chairs, draws their guns, and yells, "Speak, Garvey, speak! Speak, Garvey, speak!" Right? And she says that the sheriff and the cops, they turn red as lobsters, and they don't want none of that smoke, right? And so they file on off. And Marcus Garvey starts his thing. He says, "My friends, I'm so glad to be with you here tonight." And he proceeds to say a message in which he tells these people in New Orleans, as he tells people all over the world, that they descend from great kings and queens of Africa, right? That they have to start to have pride in themselves, that they need to start to develop their own economic base, and they need to understand what the connection in the African diaspora. And Queen Mother Moore says that before this point, because she was at one point part of that kind of black middle class, she thought it would be good to be a rich white person. It wasn't until she heard Garvey and she understood all this history that had been denied to her, and she understood that she should have pride in her family and where she came from, that she became an activist, right? So this is a moment of politicization, right, for her. And as we always like to say, you know, this happens where and when it happens, right? Yeah. You get politicized in your own moment, in your own time. Don't matter how you get there as long as you get there, right? And from this moment on, she was an adherent of Garveyism and for the rest of the 20th century. All right, so her plan is this. The first plan is her and Josiah Spraggs are going back to Africa. But her family talks her out of that. And so they migrate, as most people do in the middle of the 20th century for the Great Migration. They go to Chicago, they go to San Francisco, they go to LA, and they eventually settle in Harlem, right? And you can understand why. Harlem is obviously a mecca for black people, but it's also where the headquarters are for the UNIA. So she thought that she might be able to go there and find a space. But I don't know how much y'all know about Garvey, but you know, whenever we get going, here come the feds, right? Yeah. All right. And so, in an effort to stop what was becoming a global movement for black liberation, the United States government entrapped Marcus Garvey on mail fraud charges. They argued that he was selling stock for his shipping company, the Black Star Line, through the mail. And because that did not come to fruition, he was engaging in fraudulent behavior through a federal office. That makes sense? And that was a way to put him in jail and eventually deport him, right? Because he was not American, he was Jamaican. So there's this moment where there's a lot of people interested in black pride and self-determination and black nationhood, but that kind of organizational apparatus isn't there like it used to be. But there's something that takes its place. It is the Communist Party. And I know that we're in this space where, I think we're still in this space where communism is a dirty word, but you gotta understand what the Communist Party was like in the 1920s and 1930s in the United States. It was a working man's organization. And most importantly, it attracted massive amounts of black people for a couple of reasons. One, they were willing to defend black boys in particular that were caught up on rape charges of white women, the Scottsboro Boys, if you've heard of them, when the NAACP wouldn't touch them at first, right? They argued that black people represented a nation within a nation, in that black belt that you see here, and that they had the right to secede from the United States. What does that sound like? It sounds like Garveyism, right? And on top of that, and more specifically, every day when Queen Mother Moore was walking up and down the streets of Harlem, she was seeing the Communist Party help people that had been put out in the Depression because they couldn't make their rent. help people advocate when they couldn't work at stores and get jobs, right? Help people learn to read, help people learn to study. So she said, well, look, they're talking about this thing that Garvey's talking about. They're doing the daily work of helping to organize my people. This is something I can get involved in. And she became a leader in the Communist Party. And this was very common for black women in the 1920s, 30s, and 40s. It was a space where they thrived. And she became the leader of what we call the Upper Harlem branch. She recruited lots of people. She ran for local offices there. She traveled and spoke the needs of the Communist Party. But she eventually separated from them because she felt they abandoned black people after World War II. But while she was there during World War II, she transformed the landscape of Jim Crow. So this is a picture of her. I always love this picture because she in her fur coat. You know, Audley was a communist, but she still liked her Cadillac and her fur coat now. Some of that bourgeois didn't leave her. All right, so while she's organizing in the midst of World War II, she's organizing with something we call kind of the Black Popular Front. Think of this as the NAACP, other unions and organizations that are saying, if we're fighting fascism abroad, we're gonna fight Jim Crow at home. And they organized for civil rights as a push in the middle of World War II, right? And her kind of hallmark event in World War II is she gets Ben Davis elected to the City Council of New York. And now Ben Davis is a dyed-in-the-wool communist, so that's one feat in and of itself, right, to be identified that way. But also this moment people see in New York as really a shattering of the color line. They think if we can start to get into the ranks of city and local government, maybe the tide is turning. And she single-handedly was his campaign manager for 2 rounds of that, right? She also worked to integrate buses. She also worked to integrate the baseball leagues. Almost everything and anything you can think of in the middle of kind of mid-century organizing, that was the case. So I know you may be wondering, I'm telling you she's a black nationalist on one hand, right? And then on the other, I'm talking about integration. She always thought that things were a means towards an end. For one, she understood that there was broad theory of organizing and then there were strategies or kind of short-term goals. But also, too, it was the time period. This was a period to push for black rights in this way. But in the end, she said she regretted a lot of this. She realized that when she was pushing for integration in some cases, she was getting a token person in, right? Take Jackie Robinson in baseball, for example. And she says in the process, what she didn't realize at the time was that she destroyed the Negro baseball leagues. That not only had a thriving baseball league, but also restaurants, culture, everything around it, right? So I want to share this with you because I think when we study these people, we have to understand it doesn't go linearly, right? There's missteps, there's recalculations, and that's part of how we understand somebody in their totality. So she pushed for this because she thought it was the right thing and it was a moment, but in actuality, in the end, she moved back the other way. Boy, did she move, yeah? All right, so picture this. It's the 1950s. It's the end of World War II, and it's the height of the Red Scare. So is it a good time to be one of the big communist leaders in the US? No, ma'am, it is not, right? And as fate would have it, one of those boys from St. Cyr's earlier marriages died, leaving her property in New Orleans. So she says this is a good moment to get out of Dodge, right? You know, McCarthy's coming for everybody she knows. She said, I'm gonna go lay low back in New Orleans. But I'm not just gonna lay low, I'm gonna organize. So she starts something there called the Universal Association of Ethiopian Women. You see the Garveyism references there, right? She's back on her Garvey stuff now. So it's located in New Orleans. And I want you to think about this organization as a band of kind of middle-aged black women who are just taking on Jim Crow in New Orleans, Louisiana. So they were single-handedly responsible from saving black men in Angola who were slated for execution for allegedly raping white women. They found evidence. They went and interviewed folks that countered the evidence and got stays of execution for these men. They also supported black women who in 1960, due to a Louisiana law, were kicked off the welfare rolls. So you're talking tens of thousands of black women who could no longer get welfare as a way to undermine black progress. And they went to New York, and they lobbied, DC, and they lobbied for this law, and they also collected food for these women. And they also advocated for the idea of an independent black nation. So I want to remind you, she's been gone from the Louisiana area for about 30 years. And some of that kind of interest has dissipated. So she reinfuses those ideas, those Garveyite ideas, back in Louisiana and in New Orleans. This particular moment that she starts the modern reparations movement. So the story that she had, now Queen Mother Moore loved the story, y'all. The story as she tells it is, I'm just repeating what she says. She says that one day they were all sitting around and studying, trying to figure out what they were gonna do, and they came upon a clause in a Methodist encyclopedia. And it said that if you do not make a petition to your captors within 100 years of being captured, you lose the right to reparations. Wow. Now, I'm gonna let y'all take that story and take it to what you will, right? But the point here is, somehow in the midst of talking with this group of black women who were in the UAEW, they realized that we needed a movement for reparations. That had happened in the past, right after the Civil War, but it had died out. And so she reinvigorated this effort with this group and started a formal petition starting in the late 1950s to petition the US government for reparations. And then she starts to organize for reparations across the country. So I want you to imagine her getting in a car, driving from city to city, pandering for gas money. I even have a picture, I couldn't put it up here because it was too grainy, of where they shot at her as she was driving through Tennessee. And it's her and a picture and pointing to the bullets, right? Because they knew what she was coming in to try to do, to try to rouse people up for. And she went from place to place saying, have you heard of reparations? We are owed something for not just the economic labor from slavery, but also the psychological and cultural devastation that black people went through, right? And she's saying if we don't move forward with this, we're going to lose this. And she authored this pamphlet, which you see here, called Why Reparations? So I want to be clear to you, right? She wasn't just an activist, she was a thinker too. So it wasn't just she was saying, we need a paycheck, we need a paycheck, we need a paycheck. She was offering concrete ideas about how we might distribute this money. Because it's hard to figure out, right? It's not an easy thing. Even if you believe that repayment is due, it's one thing to believe in that idea. It's another thing to figure out how we all gonna get our checks, right? And so she offered throughout her life a lot of different theories for this, because there's no one way to do that. And Why Reparations, in this particular pamphlet, she talks about creating job programs for people. She talks about tracing descendants. She also talks about, for women specifically, being able to petition for sexual violence, right? And rape, which we don't often think about, but is an important part of reparations as well. And it became immensely popular in the 1960s and 70s. I would argue to you that before you ever heard Martin Luther King talk about it, right? Before you ever heard James Foreman talk about it, Queen Mother Moore was doing that work at the grassroots level to get this known. So the fact that you know about reparations today is really, this is the start of where it kind of started to come back up to the surface and talk again. All right, so and I want to remind you, by the 1960s, right, she's no spring chicken. I think she's pretty sly, but she's no spring chicken, right? And she's known now throughout the African diaspora as a leader of the movement. In the early 1960s, she gets the title Queen Mother of the movement. She says that the story goes that a group of African students gave the title to her. But she was formally given the title in Ghana in the 1970s, but she had been operating under that title for a while. But in the midst of this time, she is the guest of dignitaries and presidents throughout Africa, and this is the decade and the moment when Africa is decolonizing, right? And you can imagine what excitement this was for Queen Mother. She had been advocating for black men to run a black nation, a black people, and here it is, right? It was an incredible moment. It was like when all this stuff was actually coming true. So she met President Nyerere, she met Idi Amin, her favorite problematic fave. She met Robert Mugabe, she met Nelson Mandela. And all she went to trips throughout the 70s and all the way through the late 80s and early 90s, she went back and forth to Africa. And each time she was there, she took some of the granddaughters with her, like Audley, right? But each time she was there, she was treated like a dignitary, like a head of state. There were celebrations in her honor. She even celebrated her birthday in Tanzania one summer in 1972 right? And that was because even if she was unknown in kind of the popular culture here, everybody that was in the liberation struggle in Africa knew what the work that she had done here. And most importantly, understood that she was always connecting our liberation here to that of African peoples everywhere, right? She understood that they were timed, they were not mutually exclusive. So in the 1990s, she became really a figurehead, and she was feted as the Queen Mother that she had become. She was known as the Queen Mother, reigning over Harlem specifically. She was invited to college campuses all across the country. Like I told you, she had met Nelson Mandela in Zambia, and when he came to New York, he made sure to have a special audience with her after she was freed, right? This is her with Winnie Mandela, who she passed along the title of Queen Mother to. As she was getting older. And here you see a picture of her, that's your left, that's Rosa Parks, right? And Queen Mother, and that's them at the Million Man March, which was kind of her last public appearance before she died in 1997, yeah? So I'm gonna stop here, but there's a couple of key takeaways that I want you to understand, as you leave here with Queen Mother Moore. I want you to understand that this is a woman who, for the better part of the 20th century, worked day in and day out with a single-handed mind towards Black liberation. This meant that she didn't have a lot of money. This meant that she had to negotiate being a mother and a grandmother and a family member and devoting her life to the movement. But the world that we live in today, right, is shaped fundamentally by Queen Mother Moore, certainly here, but literally all around the world, right? I also want you to understand that we got to think about Black women not just as activists, but also as thinkers, right? As theorists. In my first book, I say we got to get out of this idea that men theorized and women organized, right? There weren't these men calling up from on high saying, this is what we got to do, and the women were the only ones doing it. She is responsible for creating ideas or analyses of how we see the world, especially through reparations, that we all live in today, yeah? And then finally, I want to mention that in the last part of her life, she was so incredibly devoted to preserving Black and African history and its legacy. As she started to look towards the horizon and see that she didn't have long left, she really wanted people to establish archives and libraries and institutes dedicated to the Black experience. Right? So I think one of the things that we can all do as we live in her legacy is not only continue to tell her story, but to also think about the ways, no matter how big or small, we continue to build that history, right? And also advocate for your reparations. All right, I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Farmer, for such a wonderful presentation. I really enjoyed it. Can we give her another round of applause? I love the fact that she said that Queen Mother Moore was the spider web of the African liberation movement. I felt like that was such a profound metaphor when we think of the networks that she created and she participated in when it concerns her activity, as well as this ideal of when we think of the role of women in these spaces, that she was more than just an organizer, but also a political theorist, right? We have our next speaker, Dr. Akinyele Moja, who's going to Zoom in. So I ask that you all just be a little patient. We just need about 5 minutes to just kind of switch over to a different format, but we will continue briefly. Thank you. I would like to present Dr. Akinyele Imoja. You can begin, yes.
I can begin?
Yes. Yes.
Very good. First, in a name of the Creator and the spirit of our ancestors, I'd like to greet everyone this afternoon. And I'm a member of the Malcolm X grassroots movement. We always greet everyone with free to land, and that's in the spirit of Queen Mother Moore. I'll talk about that later. I want to thank Dr. Caesar for inviting me to be here today. I've known Dr. Caesar since she was a graduate student, and I'm tremendously proud that she's taking on this mantle to remember, commemorate, and to institutionalize our memory of the great Queen Mother Moore. I want to also acknowledge the New Iberia African American Heritage Society. I'm so sorry that I'm not there with you all today. I've been fighting a little respiratory infection the last few days, and my family and I thought it was best, particularly in these disease conditions, that I don't travel. And so I appreciate that you all are so gracious to allow me to participate in a virtual format. I also want to acknowledge the other presenters today, panelists today, Dr. Ashley Farmer, who I think knows more about Queen Mother Moore than anybody living now. And no, seriously, she's done some very important research. Professor Turnipseed, I have heard about for decades, and I was so looking forward to meeting her and fellowship being with her and making some connections. So unfortunately, we're not here. Again, I'm sorry I'm not there because I had the opportunity to meet Queen Mother Moore when I was a young man 50 years ago now, when I was 18 years old. And I'm gonna share my screen, hopefully, and just show a few images just to complement what I'm saying about Queen Mother Moore. Hopefully you'll be able to see it. But in 1972, can you all see my screen?
Yes.
In 1972, I joined the defense committee for this gentleman, Muhammad Ahmed, Matt Stanford. He was a member of the Revolutionary Action Movement, which was an organization that was targeted by the United States in his, if you ever heard of his COINTELPRO program. COINTELPRO, in fact, J. Edgar Hoover said he was the most dangerous man in the United States during that time. And the COINTELPRO, for those who don't know, targeted Martin Luther King, Elijah Muhammad, the Black Panthers, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, many organizations. But he was one of the people who was arrested in 1972. Queen Mother Moore had actually mentored him in the formation of the organization, and she decided to go on a national speaking tour to raise money for his defense. Again, I had joined the defense committee. I was 18 years old. I had been reading the Black Scholar magazine, the journal, when I was in high school. And I read this gentleman's articles, and I was inspired by him. When I heard he was arrested, I decided to join the effort. And one of the brothers in the committee asked me one day, had I ever heard of Queen Mother Moore? I grew up in Compton, California. I'd never heard of Queen Mother Moore. She was more well known on the East Coast and the South during that particular time. Never heard of her, and they told me to go to this meeting on reparations that was held by a group of some journalists for Black publication, Black periodical called the Herald Dispatch. Sister Patricia Alexander and her husband were hosting this bazaar, and the keynote speaker would be Queen Mother Moore. Here's a picture around that period of time at a festival we gave, and you can see Queen Mother Moore speaking. And this is sort of what I would have looked like during that time. This is a couple years later. So I had a full head of hair, afro, about 100 pounds lighter than what I am today. And so after going to hear Queen Mother Moore that particular time in Los Angeles, most days or most engagements that she would have in Los Angeles, California, I would provide security for her. I would pick her up, drive her to different speaking engagements during that particular time. And so I just want to share with you some of my reflection. Ashley thoroughly covered her history. And so I won't, talk a lot about the history that Ashley presented to you, but just some of my reflection, my memory of Queen Mother Moore during that particular time, and some of the things that she talked about, some of what Ashley had mentioned already. She mentioned at that time, even though she was affiliated with other organizations, she introduced herself as representing the Universal Universal Association of Ethiopian Women, which was a women's organization based in the South. Another key member of that group was Virginia Collins from New Orleans, also known as Dara Abubakari. Both Queen Mother Moore and Dara Abubakari were key figures in the founding of the group, or the formation, the Republic of New Africa, the Provisional Government of the Republic of New Africa. And I'll talk a little bit about that formation in a second. The Universal Association of Ethiopian Women, Queen Mother Moore would always talk about, as Ashley stated, primarily focused and was formed around what they call the legal lynching of black men. And particularly at that time, that black men were charged and given life sentences or put on death row, charged with the rape of white women. And Queen Mother Moore, in the tradition of people like Ida B. Wells, began to research and find that these were usually cases of consensual sex between black men and white women. And so the Universal Association of Ethiopian Women focused around these particular cases to overturn these cases on death row. As Ashley stated, generally when Queen Mother Moore spoke, she would tell this story that Ashley already mentioned to you about Marcus Garvey's coming to New Orleans and being stopped by the mayor and the chief of police from speaking to a group meeting in New Orleans, a rally of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, Marcus Garvey's organization. The only difference I have from Ashley's story is Queen Mother Moore, my memory was that she had two 38s. That she mentioned she had a 38 and she had a Derringer, which was in her bosom. Oh my. and she had two guns that she mentioned, and they pulled their guns out, as Ashley mentioned, and said, "Speak, Garvey, speak." And the cops backed up, the mayor backed up, and as Garvey went back up to the podium and said, "Brothers and sisters, as I was saying," and he went on ahead with his address at that particular time. Whenever I heard Queen Mother Moore speak, she told that story. That was her favorite story, and I think it represented that black people were willing to resist, right. And that also the belief, the willingness, the militancy that they were willing to exhibit to support Marcus Garvey. It also, and I think this kind of influenced my later research, it also pointed out when I was growing up, and I was born in 1954, there was a notion that black people in the South did not resist, did not fight back. And this was a story showing that Southern black folk were willing to use any means necessary in order to assert our rights during that particular time. So that was an important story. that she would always tell on Marcus Garvey. Every speech had the theme of reparations, had a theme around this question of reparations for Black people. That was the thing that was most important for Queen Mother Moore. The thing that she would always emphasize, and when you left her addresses, then you would be educated to some degree around this question of reparations. She would define reparations, as Ashley stated, not only in terms of monetary compensation, but for her, the stripping of our African identity was very important. She always stated, if a cat had kittens in the oven, would you call them biscuits? In other words, if African people were brought to the Americas and enslaved, they're not Americans, as she stated. They're not Negroes, they're not colored, but they were Africans. And so she really emphasized that this African identity was, and our knowledge of ourselves was very important in terms of our recovery and our repair as a people. She said that our people were suffering from what she called oppression psychoneurosis. Oppression psychoneurosis. She said we've been made Negroes, we've been denaturized, and her illustration of that would always focus on when I was growing up, during that time, we had the circus that would come to our communities, right? And in the circus, a key part of the circus would be when you would have a lion who would open his mouth and his trainer would be able to stick his head into the mouth of the lion. And Queen Mother Moore would say the Black man was like that lion, that a white girl could open her mouth, a Black man could open his mouth and a white girl could stick her head in the Black man's mouth and you wouldn't snap her head off. He said if you were in your true nature, you would snap that head off. Now that might sound gross to you, but that was how Queen Mother Moore was saying during that time. And so she felt that, and some people today call it colonization and the need for us to decolonize, but Queen Mother Moore talked about, and she would call it oppression psychoneurosis, and the need for us to overcome that. As mentioned before, as part of this reparations, Queen Mother Moore influenced several people, and excuse me again, one group that she influenced was the Provisional Government of the Republic of New Africa in 1968. They would declare their independence from the United States. Here's some of the leaders of that group: Dr. Mario Baddelli, who became later a professor of political science at Prairie View. You see Betty Shabazz, the widow of Malcolm X. Joan Franklin, who was an attorney out of Buffalo, New York, who had the notion that if the Black people had never given their consent to becoming American citizens, and we had the right to determine if we wanted to go back to Africa or to form an independent nation. This group's name, New Africa, actually comes from Queen Mother Moore. Queen Mother Moore, one of the leaders, Imaro Baddelli of the group, proposed that the group be called New Songhai after the great West African Empire. But Queen Mother Moore argued that it should be New Africa, similar to New England or other settlements in the Western Hemisphere, okay? And so this is one of his publications. They demanded 5 states in the South. Ashley talked about the notion that Queen Mother Moore promoted from the Communist Party, that there was a black belt in the South that made us an oppressed nation. States in the South where black people have been in a historic majority, including her birthplace of Louisiana. This would be the national territory and demanded as reparations for black people in the United States from the Republic of New Africa. But Queen Mother Moore, when I associated with her, she did not really push this, advocate it publicly, but she said it was something we should talk to our children about and just build with them this whole consciousness of a nation. She described black people in the United States as being a captive nation. Now, one thing that Queen Mother Moore used to promote that would be controversial today in some quarters is she would always talk about this concept of polygamy, or what people call polygyny today. She would say that black men needed to have more than one mate, and so we could produce a nation. I remember she used to take me with her to speak, and I'd be on security, and she would say, "Look at this handsome black man down here. He needs to have 2 or 3 wives," and I would poke my chest out, hearing that during that time. One of the reasons I raise this is I would argue that Queen Mother Moore wouldn't be what I would describe as a feminist in our understanding of feminism today. But she was certainly a strong black woman. Wasn't anybody in the movement gonna mess with Queen Mother Moore? She was a very strong woman. She was very determined in her speaking. She was very forthright in her positions. But in terms of challenging patriarchy in the movement per se, I didn't see that during that time. I think that kind of came in the movement a little bit later. I was associated with Queen Mother Moore later after I met her in this organization, the African People's Party, which was a black radical organization. Queen Mother Moore was a secret member of the African People's Party. And I remember during that time, Queen Mother Moore, oftentimes in our closed sessions, being relied upon to do political education. So as Ashley Farmer mentioned, Queen Mother Moore was not just an organizer. We did learn to organize from her, but she also gave certain ideological direction to members of the movement during that particular time. For instance, she would be called upon to describe how we should function in our organization under the principle of democratic centralism, meaning that we would come together and have discussions collectively, but once we made a decision, we would act as one. And it would be majority rules in terms of how decision-making was made. This is a concept that really comes from Vladimir Lenin, but Queen Mother Moore, from her experience in the Communist Party, was able to express that to other generations of black people, black activists during that time. Just in kind of wrapping up, just to talk about the continued legacy of Queen Mother Moore. Chokwe Lumumba, who was the former mayor of Jackson, Mississippi, an activist, but the founder of the New African People's Organization and Malcolm X grassroots movement, he would say that those organizations were the children of Malcolm X and Queen Mother Moore, meaning that the organizing style of both people, Malcolm X and Queen Mother Moore, meaning that their ideas, particularly Queen Mother Moore's ideas around reparations, her ideas around nationhood, that those particular ideas were part of the foundation of the organizations that were formed in the 1980s and 1990s. You also see groups like in COBRA, the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, continuing these ideas laid out by Queen Mother Moore. So when you see progress on the bill HR 40, you can give credit to the ideas and the legacy of Queen Mother Moore. When you see the state of California having a task force around the question of reparations, this is part of the continuing of the legacy of Queen Mother Moore as we begin to continue to have reparations conversations in the 21st century. So I will close right there, and I'll be ready to participate in any questions that anyone might have after that. Thank you for your time and consideration.
You still look the same.
You need a new prescription there, Tiffany.
But what I loved about his presentation is the experience, the real life experience he shared with driving Queen Mother Moore around, you know, being one of her political students to now a profound scholar and activist. And what you see in Dr. Moja is how her hand impacted his life and his trajectory. So thank you so much, Dr. Moja, for your wonderful presentation. And when we think about the legacy of Queen Mother Moore, he mentioned the H-40 bill. So right now, legislation is ongoing concerning reparation. And so that really displays how her legacy continues. Our final and most exciting guest that we have coming up is Dr. Cassie C. Turnipseed. So can we just give her a round of applause?
Oh, what a wonderful, blessed, beautiful day this has been thus far. Please give another round of applause to my colleagues, Dr. Caesar, the Historical Society, and of course, Queen Mother Moore herself. Come on, give it to her. I need that energy. I need her, as we all do. We definitely stand on the shoulders of a queen. And it is for that reason that I felt I must allow Queen Mother to speak. No one can tell Queen Mother Audley Moore's story better than Queen Mother Audley Moore. Okay? So with that, there is a special dedication that I would also like to give for a brother, a very, very precious brother, who just recently passed away. But he recorded her in a session that I felt was most remarkable. And so for that reason, and the promise that I made to him in that I would only share it for this purpose and for this occasion. So I'm going to honor the brother by doing just that, and allowing he and Queen Mother Moore to speak in their own voice. And then there are a few other very special additives that I brought to this presentation. So bear with me as we begin this session. I'm gonna turn that up. Can we turn it up?
For which their fathers died, but from every mountainside justice fails to ring.
think you need to hear that from the
Yeah.
beginning.
Yeah.
Is there a way to turn the volume up on the sound? You ready?
This country is to me a land of infamy for which they sing, a land that they stole with pride, for which their fathers died, but from every mountainside justice fails to ring.
Let him speak who has seen with his eyes.
You are listening to the Black Scholars Radio Series, an oral archive made up of interviews with older Black intellectuals, thinkers, and cultural workers. Welcome. I'm Askia Muhammad, your host.
They're young in this land where we hung from trees for refusing to bend our knees. But now we've mastered Marshall's master keys. Our liberty will be wrong. Da 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 da.
The legacy of Africans brought to America for slavery is a rich one, full of romantic and heroic characters who have dared to strike boldly without compromise in the name of freedom. Some of the more amazing and inspirational have been women who have grown old waging fearless struggles. Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth, Ida B. Wells come quickly to mind. Remember now the name Queen Mother Moore.
I once was a Negro and tried to be a good Negro. I worked hard at it. And this was what I did as a Negro. I'll give you an example of it. A group of people, my enemies, asked me to form a committee to get black players into the Major League Baseball. I formed a committee and had Adam Powell and Captain Hugh Mozak to head it. This act broke up the black teams, killed black business in southern towns and cities, and many old ladies who sold pies, and there were hot dog stands, popcorn, shoe shine boys, black restaurants, black hotels. This business was all lost through my act, acting through my Negro mind. Had I not been a Negro, I would have told that group of my enemies that I would get the black teams into baseball, not the black players. Now, do you see the qualitative difference between getting a black player in and getting the black teams in?
Yeah. Get that? It is. The legacy of our Queen Mother is definitely worth preserving. As a public historian, that's what we do. It's about building monuments, monuments and statues and historic sites, museums, historic places and markers, so that you will never forget who stood here, the work that they did, why it is significant to our American narrative and our whole story. So with Queen Mother Moore, she was, of course, a civil rights activist, black journalist, and nationalist who is known for her work in the Garvey Universal Movement, as we heard today so much about with Marcus Garvey and his movement in Harlem. She founded the Universal Association of Ethiopian Women, as you've already heard. And so this is repetitive, but what she also has done, and the reason why we must preserve her legacy, I will allow her to speak again.
Louisiana, on July 27, 1898. She is the oldest of 3 daughters and was given the name Audley by her parents. The name Queen Mother, which means strong power behind the king, was conferred on her by acclamation. I'd like you, if you would, to recall how you came to be called Queen Mother.
Well, I was called Queen Mother as a result of the struggles that I conducted here in the United States, trying to save the men from execution and so on. They called me Queen Mother. The boys called me Queen Mother. And then when I went to Africa, the Ghanaian chief, one of the chiefs there, the Ashanti chief, he sent for me, and I went to him, and he made me Queen Mother. He initiated me as Queen Mother of all the Ashanti people. And I'm just Queen Mother.
What is your earliest recollection of being involved in the Black liberation movement?
My earliest recollection was, I suppose, with Garvey. That's about the earliest.
What kind of person was Marcus Garvey? I mean, how was he? And what do you think he should be most remembered for?
I think Garvey should be most remembered for the fact that he brought Africa to us, and he taught us how to stick together. He taught us how to develop our resources. He taught us about the wealth we had in Africa, all the mineral wealth. And we should remember him.
You've addressed yourself learned groups of every kind of description in various disciplines, colleges, universities, as well as professional groups. What is it that they want to know most from you? Why is it that they're so intrigued in the body of knowledge that you've learned?
Well, they are surprised. They want to know what makes me tick. They want to know why I'm so interested in my freedom and what caused me to get started and that kind of thing, you know. I saw a lynching when I was 5 years old. That was enough to get me started. And my grandfather was lynched, and he was shot right before his children. And my father, he was run off of his place, and he was a sheriff, and he was run off of his place with his guns and everything. He was run out of town. So there's no reason why I wouldn't be interested, you know.
If you were to choose one word that might summarize your life and your career, what do you think that one word might be?
Well, now it's like the sharecropper, when they asked him, you just got 1 minute to say one word over the air. He said, that's all I got? He said, yes, you just got 1 word, 1 minute to say one word, and go ahead and say it. And he said, help!
He said, help! He said, help! And her word was organize. Okay, that's her one word, is for us to organize. Again, Queen Mother was the recipient of many, many, many awards, tributes, and accolades from admirers all over the world. The one she held closest to her heart was the one that she received on her first trip to Africa in 1972, when she was given the chieftaincy title Queen Mother by the members of the Ashanti people in Ghana. So, again, in the words from Queen Mother herself.
Your work now is with the monuments, you said, and you want to push forth the idea of building a monument on Mount Addis Ababa.
Yes, it's absolutely necessary. It's very necessary for our people to understand that we must build that monument to those millions, 100 millions who perished during the traffic of slavery.
Is this monument going to be a physical building?
It's going to be a school, a college, a big everlasting monument. Yes. And we're going to have African students to come and attend this school too.
And what is most significant is that it was named in honor of her sister, Eloise Moore College of African Studies at Mount Addis Ababa in Parksville, New York. It is the smallest college where you get the most knowledge. It's the only place where one can be de-Negroized over a weekend. Thank you very much. Yes. Now, this is from the words of her child and the father of the two lovely women who are with us this evening. So let's just listen to this interview very quickly.
Finally, related to that final question, would you go up to Mount Addis Ababa very much once you're...
Oh, yes, Addis Ababa, yes.
Yes, okay, Addis Ababa, yeah. So you go, I'm guessing there was always plenty of work to be done up there, because it's a pretty large property, is that right?
Oh, yes. At least about 58.
Yeah, and at least, yeah. And I know your mother wanted to start a college there in honor of your aunt, but I haven't really been able to figure out much what happened. I know there was a fire at some point that burned down a building, but
yeah.
So that
it was a plan.
Okay, I hadn't heard that. I'm not at all surprised, because that area is, was and still is kind of crawling with white supremacists.
They didn't want it blacks up there. They didn't want blacks.
Oh, wow. That's terrible. I'm sure. So, after the Klan burned the building down, did your mother try to build anything else, or she kind of?
No, they had a little small building, but my mother and aunt, they had 2 small trailers that they basically lived in.
Okay, I see. Did I guess the family no longer has that that land. Is that right?
Yes, no, we don't.
Okay. No longer have it, yeah. Let's see if there's any.
Put your hands together for Mr. Thomas O'Warren.
I heard you mention that, or refer to John Brown in speeches, and which brings up an obvious question. What do you think the role of white people should be in the movement for liberation of blacks?
Yes, I say that there's a role for white people to play. That whites in the past, we've had dedicated white people, such as John Brown, and I don't want the memory of John Brown to be lost in this struggle because he made a magnificent contribution. He and his 7 sons were executed. And we should not forget that. And he tried to free the slaves.
For more than 60 years, she has been an active soldier in the black liberation struggle. During the Great Flu epidemic of 1918, she was a volunteer nurse. She attended the inaugural conference of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and Community Improvement Leagues as a guest of the founder, Marcus Garvey. She backed up his belief in her. She owned stock in Garvey's Black Star shipping line. Queen Mother Moore has petitioned the United Nations as well as U.S. presidents, not for civil rights or even human rights, but for reparation payments demanded in the name of all black people in America as compensation for the value contributed to the U.S. economy by the forced free labor of African people during 310 years of servitude slavery. She is a founding member of the Republic of New Africa, and she joined the National Council of Negro Women at the request of Mary McLeod Bethune. In February 1982, Queen Mother Moore suffered a mild stroke. By April, however, she was on the speaker's trail once again.
My dear brothers and sisters, I'm here today against my doctor's order. Knowing the condition of my people and these drastic times, I could not risk not being with you. I would like for you to listen with all of your intensity to our Declaration of Independence. I wrote it 20 years ago, and it was presented to the President, John F. Kennedy. This declaration sent to him covers all Africans brought to these shores. I'm making a strong request that each of you, especially young people, will study, think about, and realize what I'm saying, and that you will do something with it. I have given my life for my people because I don't want you to fail. President Kennedy, the President of the United States, the White House, Mr. President, as we approach the 0 hour of the centennial, we, the National Emancipation Proclamation Centennial Observance Committee, are anxiously awaiting a reply to our telegram to you, which was supplemented by a request to Representative Adam Clayton Powell Jr. to intercede in our behalf in bringing granted a most imperative audience with you. Mr. President, 1 century has passed since the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation, and no restitution or indemnity has been made to our people for their centuries of forced free labor and exploitation. Mr. President, the details of our suffering are almost too painful to recall. But our youth must know their story in order to avoid the approaching calamity from which now knowledge, truth, and dignity only can save them. Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President. We wrote the document, and we did present it to the Secretary of the Secretary at the big gate. That's where the document went. Secretary of the Secretary at the big gate.
At the White House?
At the White House. With a delegation. That's as far as we got. To the big gate with the document. But Kennedy came out and said, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. You know.
Are there any church leaders that you remember who deserve recognition among those whom we've named, Marcus Garvey, Paul?
He stands out in my mind. Outstanding among all church leaders. Adam Powell. Yeah. He's the greatest.
In your lifetime, what rivers have we crossed, do you think, and what obstacles or rivers do we have yet to cross, would you say?
The greatest river we crossed was to get our people to put down the word Negro. And I did that. I accomplished that in my lifetime. Yes, sir, I accomplished it. I got them to put down that word. But then I found out that it wasn't just the word, that they had actually made us into Negro. And now I'm spending the rest of my life trying to get our people to de-Negroize themselves, you see. Because no matter what else we call ourselves, if we still remain a Negro, we'll be just as bad off. We've kept the word Negro.
What do you see, what do you foresee in the next 10 years for our people?
I don't know if we have that long, 10 years.
Before what?
Well, with Reagan, you know, and the white supremacists, they gained ground, yeah. So I really don't know if our people have some years to get ourselves together. I don't know. I think we've got to hurry up. We've got to hurry up. Yeah. Genocide is, to put it mildly, the imperialists are hungry now for they have to feed the middle class with blood. That's all they know is blood. There's nothing more to give them.
One final question. What advice would you give to this present generation and to future generations?
Present generation. I would say that they have to watch as well as pray.
Watch.
They really have to watch. Really have to watch.
Stay woke.
Yeah. And that goes for future generations too.
Pay
they have
attention.
to watch as well as pray.
And pray.
Nothing greater could I leave them. Because we have not been watching. No, we have not been watching.
He who does not know one thing knows another.
My 2 minutes is up. Love and everything. I'm going to give him a song too. This is where I make my money because everybody pays me to shut up.
Queen Mother Moore, one of the older black intellectuals, thinkers, and cultural workers, scholars, who are part of the Black Scholars Radio series.
Speak, my people, speak. Okay, that does conclude my presentation. I really needed for Queen Mother to tell her story. And like I said, no one can speak on Queen Mother better than Queen Mother herself. So, thank you. Yeah.
We were able to hear from her voice, Queen Mother Moore's voice. We even found out she could sing. Yes. And then we heard about the importance of preservation and why we need to preserve her legacy, and that she also was a cultural heritage preserver as well with Mount Adidas Ababa. So I'm just so appreciative of your presentation, Dr. Turnipseed. So we're going to ask the speakers to come back up. We're going to do a brief question and answer. So if you all have any questions, we're going to pass the mic around, and this is your opportunity. We really want you all to ask our featured guests questions. Thank you.
Would be today on where we are as a race. As a human. Yeah, as a human race, right?
Do you want me to use this? Okay. I would say she is not impressed with where we are. I think that she would be frustrated that we hadn't made much progress on reparations, although it does seem to all of a sudden be getting a little bit more play, but she would have been frustrated by that. I think she would be a little bit despondent at the way that we have not supported our youth to build organizational and political power. And she was facing, she lived until her 90s, but the majority of her life she faced obstacles that are certainly still there for us, but a little bit more movable for us. And I would think she would have wanted us to push those further to build a political base and an economic base. And I think she'd be shocked kind of by our lack of relationship with the diaspora, right? And also the ways in which the countries that she loved in Africa have been allowed to be kind of ravaged by neocolonialism. And Americans, and to some extent, African Americans, implicit participation in that. But that being said, I think she'd be hopeful of the way in which reparations is now a term that almost everybody knows and at least is engaging in. I think she'd be ecstatic at the level at which things like Black studies, people getting PhDs, learning history, teaching history, the ability for us to do that there. And I think she'd be hopeful of youth organizers. She always thought that the youth was where it's at. So I'll balance it with that.
I'm going to ask that one of the granddaughters speak to that question as well, since you knew her on a very intimate basis, and you know her, and you know her heart, I think, better than any of us.
Hello?
Yeah, we got it. Yeah, my heart hurt when I heard the question. And I definitely think Ashley made some, Dr. Farmer made some good points. And the last thing that played, her voice, you could hear the despondency in her. I don't know why, but that struck me. It's like she was up in age. She said, hurry up. She was tired. And I think just hearing her voice in the way that I did, it didn't sound hopeful. She sounded tired, but she didn't sound hopeful. And I think she'd be appalled by a lot. Not just the state of our people or definitely with humanity, but even with what's going on in the United States, the government, and how we are still subjected, and what's going on in our communities, the neighborhoods, not just, you know, the drug, it's killing on killing, it still persists. But one thing I do know about my grandmother that always astounded me, you know, because I knew so much about what was going on in the world when I was growing up, she remained hopeful. She remained hopeful, and so when you said hopeful, but she was hopeful. I think she obviously believed that she had educated so many and touched so many that they would catapult what she had begun. And even though I heard the despondency in that last reel, you know, I know that she had hoped to be hopeful. But I think she'd be sad too. You know, quite honestly. Did you want to say something? I think that's it. Thanks.
That was a beautiful response. Where it was going. This young man has a question.
Oh, youth. Let the youth.
Excuse me. We just wanted to kind of like follow the order that we had. So
Here, I think up there.
yeah. So, but I think just yeah.
No, I yield. Yes, to the youth.
So another thing about her being like here in the future, I think she would also be mad about feminism, because some girls really think that feminism is being mean to boys, which it actually means.
And the child shall lead them.
Equal rights to girls, to make, you know, boys and girls even. And yeah, she would be very mad at that too.
Wow. Wow. That's a statement. Yes.
I would just like to know what led the two of you to the studies. The doctor on Zoom talked about how he got there. What led you to the study of African American history and/or Queen Mother Moore?
Okay. In respect to Queen Mother Moore, I met her in New York with Dr. John Henry Clark, who was my mentor and the love of my life. Oh yeah. And I was in his presence when I met her, and she was seated very regally, African attire, jewelry all up and down the arm, kind of like I'm inspired. Can you tell? I got Queen Mother, aspirations. And I was just struck by her presence and the lack of knowledge about her. I'm from San Francisco, much like my brother Muja, and we did not learn much about the Queen Mother. History, narrative, story, the same with Ida B. Wells. And I'm insulted by my lack of education, the fact that I was not taught through graduate school anything about Queen Mother, about Ida B. Wells, and so I made it my mission and purpose in life going forward. And as a professor, I'm making sure everybody know about both Queen Mother and Ida B. Wells and the contributions they have made to this country. Absolutely. And so it's just a passion. It has become my passion. And it's what I live for, is to tell the story of our sisters. And so part of that too, it extends to Fannie Lou Hamer and her marker. And I had students put up a marker in front of the courthouse where she stood to advocate for the freedom and the full citizenship of all Americans, okay? And so that advocacy, which led to the voting rights. We know all of that story, but the point is that there was no historic marker in her honor in the city that I lived in. And so that was our challenge that I brought to my students. And guess who put it together? A 17-year-old Nigerian young man. So that now in 20 years from now, he'll be able to bring his children to see, this is what I did when I was 17, what y'all gonna do, okay? And so we need to do the same thing for all of these sheroes, all of these wonderful women of history that we know nothing about. And it is true, most beautiful people out here, and we don't know nothing about it. That's the problem. And it's a situation that we need to change, yes. And so that is our challenge, and again, as a public historian, that's what we do. We ain't about talking about it, we about being about it. We're gonna do this, so that's the okay, well, we're bringing a historic site right up here down Crenshaw Avenue, up and down Slauson Street, wherever we need to go, okay? Because so many of our sheroes and heroes and powerhouses that built this country, nobody knows anything about. So my real challenge is cotton pickers. That's a whole nother conversation. But I'm about building a monument to grandmama and them who picked all that damn cotton. And ain't nobody said thank you. I really got a problem there. But as it relates to Queen Mother, it's about, that beautiful essence of a woman that I saw in New York City that has remained with me. It's just stuck on me. I'm just all up in her spirit. Amen. And I never really got a chance to talk to her, but I felt her. And she's with me, so she's in me, and it is the spirit of her being that propels me to do the work that I do. Yeah.
Thank you. Up on what you were saying earlier, it is a very difficult time in the world and in this country. And we have the loss not only of Queen Mother, thank goodness that you've enlightened me and have brought so much of that spirit here. Thank you for that. I'm very concerned about the loss of so many voices, and the thing that came to me from listening to her voice was how we have to hurry. We have to really, really hurry. And so I'm wondering, is there a particular, the whole Voting Rights Act, the Supreme Court, and what they've done in even Houston with one drop box or something for voting. Is that one of the more critical policies that we need to deal with this rise of white supremacy and the undercutting of voting as it is, much less the right to vote and the gutting of the Voting Rights Act? Do you have any thoughts about how that ties into what John Lewis said? If you're a human being on this earth, you're entitled to all the rights of every other human being that we should have. And so voting rights does seem to be at the basis of the voices to be heard.
Okay, so there was a question about the Voting Rights Act and whether or not it's an urgent kind of struggle right now. And so we wanted to know your thoughts about that and perhaps what Queen Mother might think about voting rights.
I would put it in this context. I think I mentioned this in the reflection in the publication that Ashley edited that I produced. Queen Mother Moore would tell us as organizers we should be concerned about anything that our people were concerned about. And certainly, I would think if she was alive today, knowing the attacks that are coming on Black people to take away our voting rights, that she would want us to talk to people in the community to find out where they were at, but also to educate them to the possibilities and the dangers that would happen to our community if we lost our voting rights. I think she would see that as a means to self-defense. I don't think she would look at voting rights as the complete answer, but certainly if we lost them, that we would be in a more vulnerable position. And so she would be an advocate of us trying to protect our voting rights and even expand our voting rights from what we have right now. Did you hear me?
Yes.
For me, it's not so much of a question, but it's a statement. And I'm going to piggyback on what a granddaughter said in reference to the despondency. You heard my voice. The despondency was the fact that all throughout her struggles, she continued to be successful. And I always see the glasses half full. And you know that Paul McCartney said, take a sad song and make it better. Now, we Black Americans, I don't know if we know this, but we're the most prosperous and powerful blacks on the planet. Okay? Despite our circumstances. And I think we as Black Americans, we owe people. We owe people the diaspora. We owe Nigeria. We owe Ghana. The reason I say this is because every group on this planet, think globally. The Chinese, the Mexicans, they can stay here, but they relate to where they come from. Israelis. Here's what I like to say in the most profound way I want to say it. In order for us to be successful, Black people have a very strong belief in a higher power. That's what kept us alive through slavery and even through the lynchings. I would like to say this, and I heard somebody say, and I'm stealing their words sort of, we think locally, we think globally. The struggle in Haiti is our struggle. The struggle in Nigeria is our struggle. The struggle in Ghana is our struggle. Kwame Nkrumah, who loved Queen Mother Moore, said he was influenced by Queen Mother Moore, who was from New Iberia, Louisiana. Our mission is to make it better for as many people as possible within the diaspora and here too, because we Black Americans are the most proud, and I'm gonna say this, I see the glasses half full instead of half empty. That's why it's so important to reorganize the NAACP. We look down on it, and it is incredibly stupid that we do. It needs to be reorganized, but in our reorganization, we have to understand that everything that starts within the family. If the family goes, we're in trouble, and Black America has seen that with the drugs, out of wedlock births. And I'm here to say this, we can do better, because we're equipped to do better, amen? Teach our kids about the Queen Mother Moors. Huey P. Newton, who's from Louisiana, who founded the Black Panthers. Come on. And in our doing, we recognize the fact that as a people, unified people, they can't stop us. If you put the once of Black America together, we'll be the 7th largest country in the world. We can do better. It can start in your Iberia, it can start in New Orleans, it can start anywhere. But here's what I like to say. Don't the defeated attitude get a part of your personality. Let that not become a part of our character. We're better than that. We came here on slave ships to look at what we've done as Black Americans, by the grace of God. And I will end by saying this. You know, we measure what we may gain, is what we may lose. Because in our thought process, we determine whether we survive or we perish. Yes. Thank you. Yes.
Thank y'all. My name is Rashawn Harris. I am a political organizer from Detroit, Michigan. I really just want to say thank you to the illustrious panel, for everybody that's here. Thank you to Queen Mother Moore's family. Thank you for this community. It's just been a warm welcome since I've been here. I want to be brief. I know folks are ready to go eat lunch. But a few things that were brought to my attention, I think, were very profound through Queen Mother Moore's life. And one of the most profound things that was brought, I believe, by Dr. Farmer, was this concept of not only being an organizer, but being a thought leader. And being someone, because they're practicing what they preach, having a deeper understanding of how to move things forward. And so I want to piggyback off some of the comments that the gentleman before me made, talking about thinking globally and acting locally on that premise. And I don't even need the mic. So what I ascertained from this whole presentation is what grassroots really means is bringing the folks that are grass tops back to the grassroots. So that means the politicians, the business leaders, the academicians are sitting at tables with folks from the hood,
folks from working class communities, folks from bourgeois communities. It don't matter where you come from or what you look like, we're all a part of a larger struggle, and all of that energy needs to be consolidated. It needs to be consolidated in the North, the Midwest, the South, and then globally. And so what I was able to get out of that was, what is our next steps as organizers, academics, to bring wherever we are, because I can't speak for the folks in New Orleans, I can't speak for the folks in Miami, I can't even speak for the folks in Chicago. But what can you do, what should we do where we are to consolidate these forces? I want to throw it to like the youth when we talk about bringing Voltron together. I know a lot of the young folks are into the Transformers movies and all that stuff. How do we bring together this unit of all this intellectual power, all of this economic power? I just heard somebody say 7th largest economic force on the planet, but yet still half of our people live in poverty. How did that happen? And if we understand how that happened, because you are such great teachers, then it's up to us as organizers, and also you teachers who are also organizers. What I learned from organizers is you spend most of your time teaching. And so what that really means is none of us are really separated by profession. And so what can we do, just from the panelists to anybody else who's in this room, to continue to consolidate not only black power, but working class power, human power, right? All of the things that have been beaten out of us, taken from us, stolen from us. What are the next steps? Because I'm here to talk about what is the work that needs to be done so that this young man has a path to follow, so that this young man has someone not only to look up to, but to emulate and say, this is what I could be doing for the next 30 or 40 years of my life to make my people and humanity better.
That's good, yes. Yeah, I think Brother Umoja can best speak to that, but I'm going to say, and again, echo the word, that one word that Queen Mother's saying, organize. Organizers, organize. Do what you do. And that is about thinking globally, but acting very locally. Just start like there. And that's the problem. We really are not organized. And so within our communities, within our churches, but first in our homes, right? And we take it out to the street, and we take it into the schools, and we take it into the churches, but then we take it into the state houses and beyond. So yeah, in Africa, I am all the way with you, brother, on that. I believe, whether you want to call it Pan Africanism or just bringing us together and understanding, number one, we all African. I don't care where you're from. You as an African, okay? So it's with that we just have to put humaneness first in all of our organizing, and yes, be about taking care of people and loving people. And I think it was in Chokwe Lumumba's flyer that I guess Brother Umoja posted. If you don't love the people, you know, it's not gonna work. It's just simply not gonna work. You do have to love thyself, know thyself, and understand what we got to do to protect thyself, okay? But Brother Umoja, please speak on that.
I think also one of the things that we have not done a good job at as educators is taking the myth out of the organizing models that we have, right? It's really hard when you think you gotta be Malcolm or Martin or somebody where, you know, it seems epic and almost impossible to reach away. Even the way we talk about Rosa Parks, which is totally false, right? All those narratives, she wasn't tired, she wasn't old, but everybody wanna make her tired and old, right? And sitting down one day. But this is why I think Queen Mother Moore is particularly instructive. So even Queen Mother Moore studied, right? She read, she learned about things, but a lot of her organizing was based on just the material conditions she saw in front of her, right? So yes, she was in the Communist Party, but she saw that people were getting put out by writ, you know, when they couldn't make their writ. So she got a group of people together and put the furniture back in, right? And that started on one block, and then another block, and then another block. And so I think sometimes, or at least when I talk to, you know, young people in my community, they feel if you're not doing the big splashy thing that's making the nightly news, right, you're not doing anything. But in reality, the majority of the things that move us forward is that kind of collective moving with purpose together. So I would say I think Queen Mother Moore teaches us that you start where you are, you look around you and see what you think needs to be better and try to get a group of people to do that. And also she talks about sustainability. I mean, a century, right, moving in that direction. I think that sustainability can only happen when you dig into a cause you're committed to. So what is that cause? Might for you be voting rights? For me, it's education. Somebody else, it's housing, right? Somebody else, it's food insecurity. So you don't have to accomplish everything at one time, but if everybody takes their piece of the pie, we can move forward together. And so I think that she's trying to tell us, pick what it is your goal, and sit down and move with purpose together, right? Exactly, yeah.
I would say, can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
I agree 100% with what Professor Farmer, Professor Turnipseed both said. I was thinking, Queen Mother Moore, we oftentimes think about her speaking to large rallies of people. But the things I remember most is when she's only speaking to 4 or 5 of us at one time. You know, and so I think we have to begin to like organize with our families, our neighbors. Sister Turnipseed mentioned churches, our communities. It's really about the grassroots movement. But grassroots, we're all grassroots, right? And so I think about here in Atlanta, the group I work with, we organize with our children. We have institutions for our children, whether it's all-week school, one of the school things and legacies of Queen Mother Moore, we will feel is the school. We have the Colombo Academic and Cultural Institute. But we also, for kids who are not part of that, or children not a part of that, we have a summer camp, and we have a weekend program of the New African Scout program. So all of those things are just things that are organized with families, right? And so sometimes we can do that grassroots, next door neighborhood type of work, as well as we could do the large rallies and massive organizing that when we think of most of the photos and even some of the recordings of Queen Mother Moore speaking, she's speaking at a mass rally. But we have to do some of the small network political education on a face-to-face level. I know many of us utilize social media today, but Queen Mother Moore, I remember, was about us building like relationships when we would talk with each other, break bread together, just on that building type of basis. So I would say that that's the work that we have to continue to engage in. It's nothing new. I mean, and it's not just Queen Mother Moore. Fannie Lou Hamer, Ida B. Wells, Ella Baker, all did this type of work. Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Medgar Evers. It's just the patient day-to-day organizing work that has to be done. And it would take us to a newer level. I think in the last period, a lot of our work has been mobilization, challenging police and state violence, but some of it has to begin to also focus on our neighborhoods, our communities, and our families.
Thank you so much. I just want to say we appreciate the questions. We know that there are so many more questions, but we have to go on to our next event. So we have 2 last questions before we end this wonderful event. And we have the contact of these wonderful professors. So if you all don't mind us sharing how they can contact you all with more questions. Also, please, if you can remember to fill out the survey and give those to us before you leave.
And I'm sure you can Google all of us and come up with that contact.
Thank you very much for this symposium. My question is, what kind of conversation do you think
Queen Mother Moore would have, with me, a black mother, raising a black son. It's not difficult for me to teach him history in our home, but when he goes out and my son has white friends, when he's with them, his history is not important to him. In the school where I teach Black history, well, you know, we have Black history programs in February, and after that, there's nothing. And it's difficult for me as a teacher to teach history because, you know, we can't teach what they call, what is it called, critical thinking. We can't teach that. You know, we have to shy away from that. So what kind of conversation do you think you would have with me in relation to teaching my black son and then translating that in the educational system today?
I want to be clear in your question. Did you say that Black history wasn't important to him or to them when he's with white people?
Both.
Oh, he downplays it?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's not something that he would talk about. I asked him if he talks to his friends about his heritage, his history. Does he know about, you know, back 50 years, even 30 years ago, a black boy with a white girl? That wasn't heard of. Nowadays, it's not a big thing because they don't know about the lynchings of black men. Back then, they're not taught that.
You know, I guess I'm struggling with that, the premise. And the fact that he is not proud of his history and how he is being taught. He saw Black Panther, right? I'm saying, you know, there are certain tools you can use, documentaries, of course, load your house up with the books that he needs to consume. It's not enough. Clearly, just, you know, what you're presenting right now to him, but there are so many other aids, you know, tools, teaching tools that will work. And just the indoctrination, that's all he needs. Know thyself. He will then understand who he be. Okay? All right. And it's in there though. It's all about know thyself, because clearly he don't know the magic and the beauty and the power of who he is as a black man in this world. And it's just too much information. Yeah, Google any of us, we can give you a reading list. We can give you some suggestions on perhaps documentaries to watch with him. Okay, so again, this is in the family, sitting around in the living room or the kitchen table, having conversations about what you just saw and really analyzing, you know, so that it is clear that he has nothing to be ashamed of. And in fact, if he needs to teach his friends, whether they're white, Mexican, or whoever, other black kids, you know, invite them to the table too. That's right. You know, it's okay to share what you know, or you don't know what you don't know. So just bring, you know, the different tools I'm sure any of us can suggest to you, and open up your living room to him and his friends. And I think that'll be helpful. I don't know.
I think she wants us to move on to the, yeah.
Hear the question clearly.
She was just saying that even though her son learns Black history at school and she offers him Black history, he doesn't feel as proud of it or kind of downplays it when on his own or with his friends. Is that, yeah. So she was asking about what Queen Mother Moore would say about that, or what we might say about that.
Only thing I would add, as part of what I mentioned before, is it's important, I think, that we create, intentionally create spaces to kind of reinforce that with our children so they don't have to navigate it by themselves. So whether that's us creating Saturday schools, summer camps, or our own schools that help our children navigate that space, to reinforce it, and also give them peer groups of other children who are in the same situation. We've come across parents all the time who find their children isolated in schools where we're not in the majority, or not having teachers who teach our history and cultures. And so we have to do that ourselves. And as well as we have to become advocates that's taught in our schools, that our history and culture is reflected in our schools. So that's all a part of it. It's important, as Queen Mother Moore mentioned, it's an important part of our repair as a people. We oftentimes think of reparations only in terms of financial compensation, but it's also about our healing and recovery of our identity and our culture.
Tiffany, do we have one last question?
Yeah, we have one more question. One question got cut off.
And thanks for restating for me, I appreciate that.
No problem.
This young lady will be the last one. She had a follow-up question that was kind of cut off. Okay. So, yeah.
Hi, first, thank you for today, because prior to today, I had never heard of Queen Mother. And so I'm a local politician here, and I'll say that it is very hard to get people in this city organized behind any social issues. You try, I mean, housing's a big thing here. We have no affordable housing in New Iberia. We have houses that are falling apart that people have no choice but to rent. And so, but to get people organized behind that is really, really hard. But that's actually not my question. I just wanted to say that, and hoping that, you know, people in New Iberia will spread the word that we need to get organized. So the other thing is that I wanted to know, what do you think she would think about the current Black Lives Matter movement and activism through social media? Because a lot of people think that, you know, organizing on Twitter or Facebook is really activism. I don't necessarily agree with that, but what do you think Queen Mother would think about that? Thank you.
And then we're going to hear, I think, the second question, and then maybe we can answer both.
I was just interested, Dr. Farmer, in you answering the first question, because you got cut off as to what brought you to the study of Queen Mother Moore and or African studies. That's all. I was just interested in your answer to that question, which we didn't hear.
Oh, okay. So do you want to start with the first? Okay, I'll answer that one question from my iPad. I will say that I was somebody who didn't know history was in her blood, but history was in her blood. I'm the daughter of two people that went to Fisk, and like for my project, my dad would take me to the library at Fisk. He's like, you can do a project on any of these Black people here, right? But I did not study history in college. I was a French and Spanish major until getting my PhD in Black Studies. And I had a wonderful teacher at Spelman who told me, you are asking questions about Black women. You're not asking questions about language. You're asking questions about things. You're asking questions about Black women. But I never knew anybody that had gotten a PhD, so I didn't know kind of that process. But what I will say is that what has made me kind of a dedicated student to Queen Mother Moore is two things. First, like I said, when I wrote the first book on women in Black power, she was everywhere. I could not, to use my metaphor, walk through any door without hitting my head on the spider web, right? So just my interest in her was always there, because she felt like she was always lurking in the shadows, whispering to me, shine the light, shine the light. But I have to say this, one of the things I think Queen Mother Moore does for me, and I think one of our biggest issues in America today, is a lack of imagination that life could be any other way than it is. Everything is organized one way by a set of people, but we can all organize it a different way, right? It's all to some extent made up in the sense that everything can be transformed. And she was the first person, from reading her writings, listening to her speak, that honestly made me question everything from the validity of the American nation state, right? Like, why are we organized this? Why don't Black people have their own place? Did I ever actually, she argues that when we got the 14th, 15th, amendment, we didn't vote on that, right? We didn't get a choice about whether we wanted to be US citizens, right? And whether or not you agree with all of that, what I'm saying she offers to you is the thought project of saying, maybe everything I've learned and the way things don't have to be this way. And maybe I need to have a talk with myself about if I want to continue to commit to having things done this way. And what, most importantly, does the world I want to live in look like? right? And she offers me that every time I return to her. And so she always reminds me that nothing is set in stone and to always have a better imagination for Black liberation, right? Whether we reach it or not, it's that imagination that I think is our biggest key. So that's just my point on that. And then the other question, I'm sorry, I may have forgotten it. I'm getting kind of hungry.
Black Lives Matter.
Oh, Black Lives Matter. Oh, and social media. You know, I mean, so she was for education, and this is what social media does, right? It offers an opportunity to spread information fast, and it breaks down barriers between people that have access to knowledge by all kinds of structures. I would say that's right, but the reality is some of us have more access to knowledge than other people do. It breaks down a lot of those barriers and gatekeeping that has kept those things apart for a while. And it lets people move and assemble quickly in a way that wasn't impossible, but certainly easier. I think those are real pros of it. So while it's not the sum total of organizing, I think that she would see it as a great organizing tool when used effectively.
She'd say by any means necessary.
By any means necessary. Yeah, I'm just gonna say ditto. Dr. Moja.
Is it, I just want to add one thing. I don't know. Another part of that question was what she would think about Black Lives Matter. I think she would be, can you all hear me?
Yes. Yes.
I think she would be very much engaged with those young folk who began that movement and in conversation with them. And so I think she would offer her perspective. She would very much want to see reparations tied to the question of the state violence against Black people. But I think she would be encouraged by the movement, inspired by it. I think she would prefer that to inaction. And so I think she would very much embrace it and support it, and also just push the whole reparations question with that movement, as she did with others during the 1960s and 70s.
Ditto.
Are we all set then, Tiffany?
Yeah, we are all set.
Okay.
And I just want to say thank you all for coming. We have a couple of more events. Like I said, I am running to the next event at a summer camp where I'm just going to take this information and try to use it for children so they can retain information on Queen Mother Moore. But after that, if you look at the program, you can go to the Berry Fresh Market where Mr. Carl Cooper is going to talk about Black businesses and community organizing. And that was where I first saw pictures of Queen Mother Moore in New Iberia, was in that market. And then at 5:30, we have a wonderful musical performance. So you are free to come to whatever you want. We made it where you can kind of come in and out. But can we give a round of applause again for our beautiful panel? And
Dr. Emoji, you have a standing ovation.
And a round of applause.
Well, thank you. I'm sure Dr. Turnipseed and Dr. Farmer have a standing ovation also. They are very strong contributions. You know, like I said, I'm always awed by Dr. Farmer's research and presentation, and it's just a blessing to be on the panel with Dr. Turnipseed and to experience her for the first time.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to future collaboration. And man, when the book come out by Dr. Farmer, it's gonna set the world on fire.
Yes. And can we give a round of applause to Judy and Audley Moore for coming for this event?
One big round of applause for this society.
Yes,
in 2017. And look at the folder and see what they've done.
Yes, can we give a round of applause to the Iberia African American Historical Society? Yes. Dr. Hayes has just walked in. She was walking around somewhere. But yes, thank you. But in this story, I want you all to do something called call and response. And call and response is basically when I say something, I'm gonna ask you to respond and or repeat. And today, we're going to learn about Queen Mother Moore. Can everybody say Queen Mother Moore? Queen Mother Moore. We can say one more time. Can we say it really loud? Queen Mother Moore! Queen Mother Moore! All right. Her birthday is July 24th, 1898. Can somebody raise their hand and tell me what today is? Yes.
July 24th.
Okay. If today is July 24th, 2022, this is her what? Her birthday. So today I'm going to share a story called How Audley Became Queen. Once upon a time in New Iberia, Louisiana, there was a little girl named Audley, born July 27, 1898. And her family would say, Audley, 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 one day you will be. Everyone say Audley, Audley, Audley. Audley, Audley, Audley. One day you will be. One day you will be. Audley had a dream. Audley had a dream. That one day she would be queen. One day she would be queen. Can someone, does this, when you do this, does this make you think of a crown? Yes? Yes? So we're going to use some little hand gestures. So when we say Audley had a dream that one day she would be queen, when we say queen, we're going to do this, all right? So Audley had a dream that one day she will be queen. All right, let's do it. Can you all repeat that with me? Audley had a dream that one day she will be queen. Thank you. And she thought that she would be queen, a woman that would change the world. When she was a little girl, just like you, she knew of sugarcane fields. How many of y'all seen sugarcane fields? Do you all like sugarcane? Have any of you all ate it raw before? No. Have you drunk sugarcane juice? Do you like it? Yeah. All right. And so she knew about the sugarcane fields and she knew about the Jim Crow laws that caused segregation in Louisiana. Have you all heard of the word segregation? Yes. It's what? In a book. You heard about it in the book? Well, segregation was when a particular time in history when black and white people did not mix, right? And they were separate. And during that particular time in Louisiana, they had what you call Jim Crow laws. Yes?
The black and white people, the black people have to be slaves.
Can you say it louder?
The black people have to be slaves for life.
Yes. So she asked, at one particular time in history, did black people have to be slaves to white people? Yes. That is true. And so, after after slavery, we had segregation. And as I stated before, during segregation, the different races could not mix together. And Queen Mother Moore, or Audley, had to witness that while she was growing up. So everyone say, Audley, Audley, Audley. Audley, Audley, Audley. Her family would say, one day you would be, Audley had a dream, that one day she will be queen. She would go down Main Street and see white people go through the front door of the Slime Theater. Everyone know what the Slime Theater is? Downtown on Main Street, right? And however, her family had to go through a secret entrance where nobody could see her or see them because of the color of their skin. And Audley, little Audley Warner, she did not like that. And she would think, when she saw the way that people, particularly Black people, were treated during that particular time, it really made her upset. And she would say, and she would think, Audley, Audley, Audley. Everyone say Audley, Audley, Audley. Audley, Audley, Audley. Her family would say, one day, I will be queen. After helping her family, like a good little girl does. How many of you all help family? You help your family. How do you help your family? How do you help your family?
I help my family by going to the store, groceries.
You get groceries?
No, I get it with my mom.
Okay. You go to the store, all right? How about you? How do you help with the baby brother? How do you help with the baby brother? Oh, you hold him and you take care of him. How about you? How do you help? Huh? You forgot? That's okay, you help, I believe you. Yes.
I have my mom unpack the groceries.
I
did too.
Awesome, awesome. And you? You cook. What do you cook? Oh wow. We have a show. Thank you so much. And how do you help? How do you help your grandmother? You help her walk with a stick. Awesome. And you? Thank you so much. So all of How do you help?
I help by doing the dishes and mopping the floor, doing the laundry.
All right. And okay, go ahead. All right, thank you for taking care. You help your mom vacuum? All right, awesome. So we all help. So little Audley also helped her parents, right? And when she got old enough and her parents passed away, she moved to New Orleans. Have you all been to New Orleans? Awesome. And it was in New Orleans where she joined the Universal Negro Improvement Association, and she learned about Marcus Garvey. And during that particular time, she was radicalized and her life was changed. And it was all because she heard these particular words, "Speak, Garvey, speak." So when she was little, it was somebody. But when she was a little older, like a teenager, young adult, she heard Marcus Garvey, and that revolutionized her and changed her trajectory so that she can be an activist. Everyone say activist. Activist. So Marcus Garvey changed her life. Is there anybody who is changing your life that you look up to? Yes. Jesus. Yes. Thank you for sharing. Anyone else? You look up to your mom. Your mom and dad. Who are you look up to? Your grandma? Your who? God, yes, yes. Your mom and your dad. Okay, your family. So we all have experiences where we look up to someone, right? And during that particular time, when she heard Garvey speak, and he said Africa for Africans, she felt empowered, and she felt like she wanted to do something to change the world. Everyone say change the world. Change the world. Because she was inspired. And she remembered when she was growing up what her family would say. They would say, Audley, Audley, Audley. Everyone say, Audley, Audley, Audley. Audley, Audley, Audley. Uh-oh, what happened to our voices? She did have a dream, but I need a little bit more participation. So I need you to get louder, all right? Audley, Audley, Audley. Audley, Audley, Audley. Her family would say. Her family would say. One day you will be. One day you will be. Audley had a dream. Audley had a dream. That one day she will be queen. That one day she will be queen. All right. And it was because of her interacting with activists and political leaders and different people when she was younger that she began to create different organizations that would help people change the world. So she created the Universal Association of Ethiopian Women that fought against crimes like lynching. She was the founder of the Committee for Reparations for the Descendants of the U.S. She was a member of the National Council of Negro Women, and she was also a part of the Harriet Tubman Association. And all the things she did was to fight against inequality that was happening against Black people during her time period. So what I want you all to remember, right, when we think of Queen Mother Moore, I want you all to think of her work and activism. And when I say activism, can anybody tell me what I mean? Yes.
Actively fighting for a cause you believe in.
Fighting for a cause that you believe in. And she believed during that time period, though there were laws and policies and legislations that said otherwise, she believed that people of color deserve the same rights, okay? What are you fighting for? What is something you think about that makes you want to make a change in the world, just like Audley did? Can someone tell me something that you feel strongly about that you want to change? Huh? Yes. Thank you for sharing that. What? Right. Thank you. Yes.
And my mom doesn't get barely any summer.
Summer. Okay. Thank you for sharing.
Can you tell me about that short for 28 days? It has been a long time. Like, always a lot.
Okay, thank you for sharing. Yes?
My mom and my dad.
Thank you, thank you. So, one of the things we're hearing is that a lot of you all have issues with long hours people have to work, right? And that's employment issues. And so you have activists, right, who fight for those things, who fight for hours, right, better hours, better pay, and things of that nature. So what I want you all to remember as you all think about these different things, that these are the things that Audley was thinking about when she was younger. And what she did was create organizations. So as you all are thinking about these different things, I want you all to know that you can create what? Can you all say organizations? Organizations. You can create organizations. So everyone say Audley, Audley, Audley.
Audley, Audley, Audley.
Her family would say, one day you will be.
One day you will be.
Audley had a dream.
Audley had a dream.
That one day she will be queen.
That one day she will be queen.
Audley traveled all around the world. Everyone stand. Stand, stand, stand. Everyone stand. Okay? We're going to do that together. Because she didn't change the world just in Louisiana, she changed the world all around the world. Y'all remember what I did? If you remember what I did, can you say yes?
Yes.
So, okay, when I say Audley changed the world all around the world, we're gonna go all around the world, okay? All right? Audley, you wanna say it with me? Audley changed the world all around the world. Okay? She went to Europe. Everyone say Europe.
Europe.
She went to Africa.
Africa.
She went, and we're going to do it one more time. Audley, Audley, Audley went all around the world. Everyone say Audley, Audley, Audley.
Audley, Audley, Audley.
She went all around the world.
All around the world.
Because she knew that one day she would be what? She will be queen. So I want you all to repeat after me. One day, I will change the world. And one day I will be. I want the girls to say, one day I will be queen. And I want the guys to say, one day I will be king. Okay, you all can have a seat. So thank you all so much for allowing me to share the story about Queen Mother Moore, someone who fought against things like racism and inequality here, right here in New Iberia. The reason that we all can be in this room together, right, is because we had activists and leaders like Queen Mother Moore working to create change. Everyone say change? Change. Yes. So what he said was, can I get your name? Kobe. So Kobe said, I am so happy that we were born in this time period because I don't know how I would be during a particular time like racism, when racism caused separation. Is that right? So he is very happy, right, that we have leaders like Queen Mother Moore, who are some other leaders who fought against different things to allow us to all be in this room together. Yes. Martin Luther King. And we now have a Martin Luther King Boulevard. Yes. You're gonna say the same thing, okay. Anybody else? Yes.
Harriet Tubman.
Harriet Tubman. Back here. Were you gonna say something? Okay. Anybody else have another leader or someone that we can think of that made a difference in creating equality and change in this world? Yes. Ruby Bridges. Anyone else? Yes.
Rosa Parks.
Rosa Parks, right? Okay. Many inventors. Thank you so much. Anyone else? Yes? Rosa Parks, right? So, just like Audley, what do they have?
They're all activists.
They're all activists?
And they have God.
They have God? What else? They have what? Unfortunately, yes, they are all passed away. Yes.
The will to fight for their freedom.
Yes, they all had the will to fight for their freedom. But it started with what? Audley had a what? A dream that she would change the world and make a difference in the things that matter to her, right? So before I read, my question to you is, what is your dream? What is your dream? Yes. Huh? To have what? Your birthday? Yes, we gotta have birthdays. Christmas holidays, yes. Go ahead. Lemonade. Yes, we need business people. Thank you. Yes. A dentist.
FBI.
FBI.
They come to Portland for like help change work hours.
We have someone who wants to be a school board district leader to change the hours for teachers. What? The police? Stop littering.
I want to be a fashion designer when I grow up because I can like run them and I can sell them to black people and white people. It doesn't matter what color skin they have.
Exactly. She wants to be a fashion designer for everybody. A hairstylist. Yes.
I want to be one of the people who change the world.
You want to? How do you want to change the world? Like Audley changed the world. How do you want to change the world?
But I help people not litter, helping people build houses, helping the world outside.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Yes.
I want to be a
Makeup artist. Thank you. I need some makeup done. Yes. All around the world fighting inequality when it came to black people, right? And it was because of her, Queen Mother Moore, Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, Ruby Bridges, right? That today we all can see. And we're going to say it one last time. We're going to say, Audley had a dream that one day she will be queen. But I want us to say it loud, because I believe that she's listening to us, right? So we want to make sure she she knows that we're talking about her, right? Yes. Okay. And so we're going to say, Audley had a dream that one day she will be queen. Audley had a dream that one day she will be queen. And she is known as Queen Mother Moore. Queen Mother Moore. Okay, so we're gonna do the gestures. Okay, we only have 2 gestures. This for the crown and this for Moore. All right. So I'm gonna count to 3 and we're gonna do it together. Okay. 1.
And there's one more.
What's one more? Oh, all around the world. Yes, we gotta do that. We have to do the twirl. Everyone say the twirl. Okay, so I gotta get together. So I'm gonna do it once and then you follow me. Audley traveled all around the world. Audley traveled all around the world. Audley had a dream that one day she would be queen. Audley had a dream that one day she would be queen. She is known as Queen Mother Moore. She is known as Queen Mother Moore. Okay, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do the twirl part. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Audley traveled all around the world. Audley had a dream. One day she will be queen. One day she will be queen. And she is known as Queen Mother Moore. Queen Mother Moore. Let's do it one more time together. She is known as Queen Mother Moore. All right, can you give yourself a round of applause? Do you all have any questions for me? Anybody have a question? Yes. What's your question?
How do you know about Ruby Bridges?
I learned about her in school.
I know the whole story.
Well, tell me something about Ruby Bridges.
Well, Ruby Bridges was the first black girl to go to a white school.
Yes, thank you. Can we give her a round of applause for sharing that? Yes.
I heard another book about Ruby Bridges where she was on the Titanic.
Wow.
And guess what? She was able to escape and find her family, but the others didn't make it. They found the treasure of the Titanic, but they decided to leave it there.
Thank you for sharing. But I think the Ruby Bridges story that we want to make sure we know about is the one about her going to school. Thank you so much. All right. Do you have a question? Yes.
Why do black have to be white?
Huh?
For white.
What'd you say?
Why do black have to be white?
Wow. Okay. So she asked the question of why did blacks have to be slaves for whites? Right? Yes. And what I want to say to that is during a time in history we had slavery, right? And during slavery we had these ideals and laws that made black people less than. It wasn't true, right? It was not true. But it was this ideal that black people were less than white people. And based on that particular ideal, slavery began, all right? It was a false ideal that was not true, because now we know that nobody is better than the next person. But it was a time period in history in which races were put against each other, and we have inferior and superior. And I will even say today, we still have challenges with that. Yes?
That black people were treated like this is because, white people were scared of black people. Because black people used to
all hear what he said? All right. And I will say, when it comes to things like power, right? No one wants to lose their power. And when no one wants to lose their power, there is fear. There is fear of someone else taking over and their greatness. So I would say yes. Any more questions? Yes.
How was black people born but Adam and Eve were white?
I'm sorry?
How was black people born but Adam and Eve were white?
Wow. You know, that's a question that I'm going to put it out to other people in the audience who might want to address that question. And the question was, take it one more time.
How was black people born but Adam and Eve were white?
How was black people born if Adam and Eve was white? Yes. This is a counter question.
It's a counter question because I can't answer.
Okay, counter question.
How do you know, how did you come to that conclusion that Adam and Eve were white?
Because the Bible never lies.
But does the Bible say they were white?
Do you know Jesus is white?
I don't think the Bible ever said they were white.
He is on the evidence.
I'm only saying that because I can't answer you, but I don't think it ever said it.
It's not in scripture.
Okay. All right.
How about the fact that this is what racism has done. It's make us think about people having to be white, people having to be black. But African people are all colors, right? But they are more darker race because they're nearer to the sun.
Right.
Okay, but they gave birth to everybody. So everybody's an African.
Come on.
Okay?
Come
So
on.
it's not about, don't think about Adam and Eve being white because they weren't. They were people of Africa. And that's the beginning of all of our human origins.
Thank you.
Of the land.
And to the leaders, can you all raise your hands? Who are the people? These questions are like college students.
Real.
Wow.
Alonzo.
But why would you have to enslave and kill the Levites?
Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Thank you.
Because the king wanted
What?
to kill him.
Okay, wait, we're gonna allow these other students to speak. Go ahead.
Wait, so if the world was so people, but there are literally billions of different families, like, would that mean that we're all related because the world was started off with two people, but there's like billions of different families, so are we all related?
Are we all related? I'm gonna let you think about that question.
If we have white or black skin together, it's like different colors when a black and a white marry. It turns into like skin that was never made before. Some of us have it, some of us don't. It doesn't matter. Some people might have white spots on them even though they're black. It doesn't matter. They were just born like that.
Thank you so much. You said we are all the same, and it doesn't matter. Thank you for that very thoughtful skin color, religion, all that type of stuff. Yes. You have
If the two people that started out to make all of us, what if they were just two white people? And now they're black people, or two black people, now they're white people.
Well, thank you so much. And so, what's your name?
Aiden.
Huh?
Aiden.
Aiden. Okay, Aiden. You have added another B or C or D. And what we're having is, I would say, an analytical conversation, right? That I wasn't expecting, but it's good. And so as you all formulate these questions, I want you all to continue to think about how these questions can contribute to your mission and how you plan to change the world. I think I saw two more. Okay. You're gonna be the last one, okay? All right, yes. I can't hear you.
Ruby Bridget was sitting on a bus and
What's that? I'm sorry.
You need to take your mask off, Presley, so she can hear you. Black people had to sit in the back of the bus, like those supports had to, and white people had to sit up on the front of the bus, got to sit on the front of the bus. And Ruby Bridges had to give up her seat for a white person. And she said, I am not going to give up my seat. And she went to jail.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry?
I didn't know about John Henry.
How do I know about John Henry? Can you tell me about John Henry?
That
He saved people. And what else? Okay. Can anybody else share this particular idea of John Henry? John Henry?
Strong African American man named John Henry. And the legend, which means it could be a make-believe story, is that he was so strong that he was able, with just the 2 hammers in his hand, to knock down some of the rocks and the wood and everything that was in the way so that they could create a railroad. And so there were some other people who said, you know what, we have this new machine, and we know that our machine is going to be better than the man you call John Henry. And so they were like, nope, I think John Henry is better. So it's called man versus machine. So they lined up the machine and they lined up John Henry and they started going at it and trying to break through all of these rocks so that they can have a railroad. And so the legend is that John Henry actually won, but the stress on his body caused him to pass away, and that is how he became a legend.
Can we give Ms. Ross a round of
right? Because it started from 2 people, or they all have a common ancestor with apes. They go all the way back, and the common ancestor that me and apes, or apes have no skills. Yeah, apes.
What I'm loving is the way that you all are pondering and thinking about this question and wanting to know more and expanding on it. And so I'm looking forward to see your books, okay? Yes?
My question is, apes are still around. So, does that mean anything else that evolved is still around?
Right, so we're talking about evolution. So Aiden, I want you to think about these questions, all right? Do you have a journal? Write what you find when it comes to these questions. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. So before I go, we are in the room with wonderful elders. And some of these elders may not get an opportunity to say anything to these beautiful souls. So I did want to open it up to elders and adults. If there's anything that you wanted to share with these brilliant minds. Did anybody want to say anything?
So Dr. Caesar?
Yes.
Aren't you planning to do a book for children about Queen Mother Moore?
Yes, yes.
Tell us about that.
Yes. Okay, so this is the beginning of the story, right? And so I love the fact that you all participated in this story because it also helps me to kind of think about the ways in which I want to go. And so what I'm hoping is that by November, when we may have our marker revealed, that I can have actually a hard copy of how Audley became queen. All right.
I'm really, because of the quality and the quantity of the questions that you all are asking, I mean, clearly, you are little geniuses.
Yes.
You have the answers to many of those questions that you were asking, but you also have the answer to many of the questions that we are even asking ourselves. And I do truly believe that you guys, you little ones, are the ones who will bring the peace and the harmony to this planet if only we listen.
That's right.
Your voices. You understand what it takes to get along, to be humane, to be kind. You can be a little mean sometimes too. But you have the answers that I think all of us are really looking for. I have a challenge for you. Why don't you write an anthology that answers the question? Anthology is just a collection of your poems and your short stories and you know, your messages to the adults. You answer the question, how can we as adults, as parents, as people in your village, in your community, in your homes, in your churches, in your schools, how can we love you better? What do we need to do to make sure that this earth will be here for your future, right? Because we keep saying the future, you know, you are the future, and everything's gonna happen because for you in the future, and, you know, get your education so that you can run things in the future. How can we, tell me, how can we make sure the future will be preserved for you? And if you can write that down in a short story or a poem or just a message to the adults, we can change your name so Mama don't get mad. But how can we as adults love you better? What can we do? I mean, if you want to answer it now, it's fine, but I really want to challenge your school administrators to collect these stories and we can publish that book. And it's called Saving Ourselves by writers of the 21st century, right? Because you kind of are going to have to save yourselves because my generation is kind of cuckoo sometimes. And sometimes you kind of look like we dropped the ball. So how can you teach us to pick the ball back up and keep going for the future? What do we need to do? Okay? Listen to what they have to say. And write it down to preserve the future. And I know you have an answer that you want to share right now with everyone. Okay, go ahead.
To keep the future going and make the world a better place. Like, so there's a lot of gas cars right now, but there is also a lot of electric cars, but way less than gas cars. So what I think that we need is to stop making gas cars and make more electric cars to help for the environment and like food so that we're going to rot it.
See how something is sustainable. This stuff that's sustainable, earth, all of these things. Go ahead, Samara.
I think we should try to stop world war.
World
Absolutely.
Yes.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Yes.
And we can donate stuff to the poor to help them.
Yes.
See?
Yes. Thank you. And on that note, we have ended this wonderful presentation and engagement, right? I do want to say that we are able to do this because of the Louisiana Endowed Humanities Council that allowed us to have this wonderful program on Queen Mother Moore. And I want you all to make sure as you leave that you keep your crown on straight. Okay? Thank you.
I said, she's right there talking. She said, but I'm about to get out there. Let's get a little organized.
Brown sugar, not through eating beef, if we do. That's a good idea? Yeah. Okay. You been noticing on the field of town or you been studying?
Yeah, I'm noticing a lot of people have been like these girls getting into boys, so like yeah, I don't think chicks have desert dollars. Desert dollars.
You play chess?
One game. I'm trying to play, but
I'm like, you know what? We have access to a whole lot of stuff. They have access. We have access to the grass. I mean, we didn't have a telephone. We couldn't be in home.
The Very Fresh Market. We are continuing with the Queen Mother Moore Celebration and Symposium. One thing for sure is that Queen Mother Moore was about the community. Her activities were not just rooted in thinking about theories and creating theories to stay stuck amongst her members of her organizations, but she wanted to make sure that everybody could benefit from her work. And that's why she wants to create schools, right? So that she can impact the children. And she wants to create organizations and institutions where people can help each other. And so she was for sustainable change, right? She was for making sure everybody, particularly Black people, had access to food, jobs, and opportunities. And when I think about the Very Fresh Market, which is it's Hopkins Street, but it's now Martin Luther King Boulevard, right? I think of the Very Fresh Market as a community institution, not only a community institution, but a cultural heritage space that is preserving the legacy of Queen Mother Moore by creating opportunities for people within the neighborhood to come and get fresh food, right? To come and get a book, to come and learn about gardening, because as you know, there is not a grocery store that's just right around the corner where they can get fresh produces. Mr. Carr Cooper is a community activist. He is a scholar. He loves to preserve the history of Black people in New Iberia and just around the world. And he agreed to talk a little bit more about the significance of Hopkins Street or Martin Luther King Boulevard as we think of New Iberia, but also his work as a leader and runner of the Very Fresh Market. So can we give him a round of applause?
To have you all out. It's an honor for you all to be here to enjoy this day. First and foremost, to celebrate Queen Mother Moore on this fabulous day, on her birthday, her dear Earth Day. She's a pleasure. Her picture has been up here for quite some time, so when we got confirmation to go ahead with the symposium, it was pretty much like a prolific experience, being that we had talked about Queen Mother Moore maybe 2 years ago, and from there things just started to kick off. So I just wanted to first pay my respect to Queen Mother Moore, because she's a phenomenal woman, born here, had so many contributions. She was strong. She honored Marcus Garvey and his legacy. And he was also a guy who inspired me just as well. And as far as Hopkins Street goes, it's been a journey here. Starting this business in 2016, it was very rough. Times were very different even then. Myself, along with an organization, Envision Iberia, we collaborated and got together in 2016. And how we first met was a dear friend of mine, Mr. Rudolph. And he had a business on this street, so that's where I was introduced to business on Hopkins Street in 2012. So I partnered with Mr. Rudolph, and he had started a business, a club business, a nightclub, old school. He had it very classy, and he had moved back to New Iberia in his older years to come and make a change, a positive change in New Iberia. So with our connection, he actually led me to the community garden, and from there things just took off. So in 2016, the opportunity to open this market here, the opportunity was granted. And this building here was an abandoned building. No door in the front, no door on the side, dust, debris, you know, we had to clean it out and really get it together. So that took about a good 8 months solid to just clean it up, get it right, get the permits and everything that's needed. And I joined the organization, and I was granted the opportunity to become business owner and also manager of the business, and to be the face of the business and pioneer a brand new change right here, a fresh start. So opening a business, it was quite difficult in the beginning because many people didn't know what it was. The Buck Johnson Park across the street, it had recently got shut down, so many people were kind of upset about that. So for quite a while, people were kind of standoffish, and there was just a lot going on in the city. But I will say, with our hard work, our diligence and effort, we opened the doors, we had a grand opening, and things just started to progress slowly but surely. We were dealing with a lot of crime, you know, a lot of different activities on this side of town, but that didn't stop us from proceeding and having a vision to come and do what needed to be done and change the dynamics. So after 2016, 2017 came around, and like any business, it doesn't just take right off. So we had to go in the back, we had to cut down trees, pick up debris, pick up bottles, we had to start a garden from scratch. it was a long process, but as you can see over time, you know, it's developing. It's been a true asset and a true jewel in the community because not only the fresh foods are available and the process of growing foods naturally and organically, but people can come and talk about issues, talk about life, talk about what's going on in the world. You know, they can come and get educated on subjects and topics that they don't currently know about. They can meet other people and have nice dialogue. You know, they can play a game of chess. Young men, they can come and be vulnerable sometimes and talk and open up about issues and things that's going on. You know, young women can come and talk and express themselves. So that part of this process and this project has been a major success because we've not had any violence to go on here during business hours. I've had some encounters here though that I had to get right, and because being here you have to be a stand-up man, you know. You have to conquer death, you have to really be for your people and go through the hardships. A lot of people don't know I lived in this building for 3 whole years. Yeah, it was very hard. It was, you know, the heat, when it's hot, it's hot. When it's cold, you know. But it was a privilege and an honor because all of the ancestors, Queen Mother Moore, and I got a plethora of others just hanging up in here, you know. They were always surrounding me with their spirit, their presence through books, through dialogue, through videos. So I played a lot of information. I turned a lot of people on to knowledge and information, and things started to really proceed well. As far as businesses, there were many different businesses on Hopkins Street. This is the oldest black district in the town. So Hopkins Street originally was Harvey Hopkins. He was actually a European plantation owner who had owned a lot of land in this area, from all of this area going down to Emerald, and it was named Hopkins Street after him. And actually Jane Street, which is down there, that's his wife. So the layout in this town even goes back to slavery roots. So to change this narrative is really important for us to stand up in our communities and take control and learn how to be self-sufficient, how to create jobs and opportunities, you know, how to create an economic base, and that's the struggle, but that's the goal right now, to really create an economic engine that could liberate us, to create more jobs, more opportunities for the children. I see lots of children, lots of young people, lots of older people, and they, you know, need activities to get into, so I'm glad this is, at the moment, that this place here is really helping out and giving some type of life and light to the community and opening up opportunities with others. And back in the day, so you had several businesses. You had restaurants, you had a doctor's office down the street, a dentist's office, you had bakeries, you had a jewelry store, Compton's jewelry store down the street, you had a gas station, you had several businesses in this community. On Hopkins Street, on Anderson Street, on Persian Streets, you had clubs. You had a lot of different celebrities who came out and who sang and just really brought a crowd here to do Iberia. And I'm always told the oral story because many elders, they come and tell me the stories of what has happened and what has taken place. And they always describe Hopkins Street as a hustle and bustle, like cars down the street, like 7 days a week at one point in time. So as I sit back and reflect at times and see the opportunity that's still here, you know, that gives me more of a spirit and drive to be a strong entrepreneur and pioneer in my community. I do have to thank my parents for raising me the way they did and raising a leader and a stand-up guy. Although when I started to grow into my calling, you know, many people really didn't understand what was going on, the changes that were happening. And it was hard for me to grasp the whole concept of me changing so suddenly. But when you get knowledge of self and learn, you know, who you are, where your ancestors come from, the significance of Africa, the significance of being here in America, what has happened in Louisiana, down to New Iberia itself. And once I started to honor that history more and get involved with different organizations here in the community, who also help, you know, open up opportunities and create networks and partnerships. That right there just started a great movement that's still continuing to go on right now till this day. And for the legacy of Queen Mother Moore, and also for the legacy of all the different pioneers and entrepreneurs who have walked these streets, who had stood up for rights. You had a group of, black prominent people here who ran out of town back in the 40s. So for me to be able to be here to have a business today, I really honor those people who have paved the way, who had the resilience, the fortitude, the attitude to get it done, to continue to fight, the ones who even lost their lives. So I'd really like to pay homage and respect to all of those dear people. I think about them constantly as I'm here day to day. You see a lot, but things are getting better. I will say that much. And that's not just cliche. Being here almost every day for 5 years now, you've seen the development, you've seen the highs, you've seen the lows. But at the end, you see people getting together. You see people from grassroots, to people on the streets, to working people, coming, opening up, talking, and you see a new Iberia grow and flourish, even here in the West End. So once again, I want to thank all of you for coming here and being here and being a part of this, because it's really important. I'm glad to see fresh new faces. Everybody's who's supporting this event and everything that's going on here. And don't be a stranger in the future. Come by, let's network, let's talk, let's see what we can get going on, to continue to make positive change here in the community. And I'm just very, like I say, honored to be here. The sacrifices that were made, if I have to go back, I'd do it all over again, just as strong and just as brave as ever. So once again, thank you all. You can shop, take a look around. I'll walk you through the garden, just give you a brief history of what's been happening here, what's been taking place. Once again, I thank you all. It's my pleasure. That's my God. That's what I want. Honestly.
I don't know, but so listen. He's gonna come tonight and not her because she probably will stop the babysit.
When Ross, did you come and try it? Oh
Things like having our own Okay, let's go. Since we've been in this system.
Some African blue basil over there. Some eggplants along there.
Your dog's okay?
Yeah, it's okay. I have all them. Oh, they got it. Yeah, those are some Tabasco peppers there, mixed with some habanero peppers and a few. All of this is the okra patch right here, and they're good and right now ready to pick. And okra is also a very, very, very wanted crop down here. So I grow a lot of okra every year. It's actually from Africa. So the okra itself was brought over here from Africans. It's indigenous to Africa. So yeah, we have habanero peppers here that's turning different colors, ready to pick. I had corn here. I had tomatoes. Right now we're in the middle of the summer, so a lot of the summer crops are doing their thing. Getting ready for fall pretty soon, so we'll be planting a lot of green. Mustard greens, kale, cabbage, carrots. So it's almost that time. Another run of tomatoes. So here in the garden is where I like to spend a lot of time, to relax, to open up, to connect with the earth, to actually be able to feed myself, to feed my family, to feed my community. So this is an important aspect of the business. Just where the times that we're in right now, it's just important to grow your food and learn the process of growing food and where it comes from to replenish the body. So I just wanted to touch bases on growing food and the importance of being a producer and not just a consumer. So,
bro, I see that.
Yes,
I see that,
man. You got it working, bro.
This is good, man. I love this, man. I love this.
Before I even start, I want you all to give yourselves a round of applause, because some of you all have seen you all at every event. And so the fact that you all have made it to the closing ceremony, thank you. On the behalf of the Iberia African American Historical Society, I want to extend our gratitude for participating in the first Queen Mother Moore Legacy Symposium and Celebration. We have made it to our closing ceremony that is a celebration, right? If any of you all remember us listening to Dr. Turnipseed's presentation, we heard a clip of Queen Mother Moore singing, and the only thing I remember is da 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 da. So this is our da 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 da. Today we have several performances, local musicians who are going to honor Queen Mother Moore in different musical genres. We're gonna have some drumming, African drumming. We're gonna have jazz and so much more in store. We have Mr. Reedham, who is our very own local historian, as well as educator here in New Iberia, who is, yes, we can give him a round of applause. He has been working very, very hard in bringing all these wonderful musicians together so that we can honor her with some sound. I would like to say that in addition to that, we have a beautiful painting of Queen Mother Moore that was created by a local artist named Antonio Lawston. We are doing a silent bidding. Now, this is my first time doing this, so I had to get some instruction. So how we're going to do this is that we have this wonderful paper, and you can sign your name, but you have to bid more than the last person who signed. So our very own president of the Iberia African American Historical Society has already started the bidding at $110. So if you are interested in this original portrait painting of Queen Mother Moore, you have to come up here and sign your name. So I'm actually going to just put it, I think at the end of the stage. Would you say that's okay? At the end of the stage? Yes, at the end of the stage. So as you feel moved by the Spirit to purchase this beautiful painting, you can just sign your name with your price. Without further ado, I would like to introduce Mr. Reedham, who's going to talk a little bit more about a musical selection today. Can we give a round of applause to Mr. Reedham?
Again, greetings. We want full and active participation. So if you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. Thank you. So we're going to pour libation. All right? And this is how we're going to begin. I was definitely inspired today. Let's see. I'm looking, Miss Paula. Miss Paula? You have my. One of the things that happened this summer for me is I taught someone who was African who had never been to Africa. And so that was an experience for him. And what he talked about was recognizing the person of esteem. He said every house that they went to, they had to find this person of esteem and recognize them. Some people call it respecting your elders. In fact, you're not supposed to be allowed to speak unless the elders have given you permission to speak. So, in keeping with that, I'm going to ask Milton Broussard. We call him Uncle Allie, we call him all kind of names, but everybody knows him. And he is a man of many years. So tonight, I ask for your permission to speak. He said, you may speak. And so the student who had never been to Africa, he said, it's this esteem thing. But when we were growing up, we were always taught to respect our elders. So tonight, we are going to do a libation ceremony honoring Queen Mother, okay? Because you see, it's in that whole thing of ancestral worship that we understand. And so, we simply say that in the African tradition, it is customary to ask the elders for permission to speak. And so we've asked for that. Hello, my name is John Reedham. Now I can speak. And I have the honor of pouring libation in reverence, respect, and recognition of our ancestors. So. my brothers and sisters in the ancient language of Kermit, which the Greek called Egypt. Potem means peace. So I greet you in peace. We pour libation to honor the past so that we may learn from it. We use water because water has no enemy. It's available to all of us at all times. We use water to freshen the road our ancestors traveled to be here with us today. We use water as a symbol of the continuity of life, to purity and nourish our souls. Let us say, Ashe. It is customary in the libation ceremony, as water is poured and acknowledged or spoken to the ancestral spirit. The names of those that have passed before we all called out. Names of persons who were instrumental in our lives. So I invite you now to utter the names of persons who have been instrumental in your lives. Just call them out. We pour libations to God for all that God has done, for all that God will do. Let us say, Ashe. We pour libation to Mother Africa, the birthplace of all humanity. Let us say, Ashe. Ancestors who suffered enslavement, who were uprooted from their homes and homeland, and who set sail on horrified voyage. We do not know their names, but it is because of them that we are here today. Let us say Ashe. We pour libation to the men and women who fought and resisted enslavement to help free our people. Men and women like Harriet Tubman, a runaway captive from Maryland who became known as the Moses of our people. Then Mark Vesey of South Carolina, who in 1822 formed a complicated and tremendous plan for liberation of his fellow men. Nat Turner, an American captive who started the largest slave revolt in the southern United States in Southampton County, Virginia. Let us say Ashe. We pour libation to those yet unborn, our future leaders, our future heroes and heroines that will continue the struggle to be a free, proud, and productive people. Those who will not let our legacy and our efforts for progress die. Let us say Ashe. Let's now call out the names of those in the past before us. Let us say Ashe. We pour libations to our mothers, our grandfathers, our great-grandmothers, our fathers, our grandfathers, our great-grandfathers, uncles, aunts, and cousins, the foundation of our families, immortalized in our thoughts. Let us say Ashe. We pour libation to our elders, whose wisdom we seek in our endeavors. Let us say Ashe. We pour libation to our parents who guided us along the road to adulthood. I say, I consider libation to be sacred and a serious ceremony. By all means, always honor your ancestors in the way you feel most comfortable. Thank you.
Once again, greetings. Today I would like to present to you some of the reasons and the accomplishments of why we are celebrating Queen Mother. Audley Queen Mother Moore was a prominent Harlem civil rights activist. Was born on July 27, 1898 in New Iberia to Ella and St. Croix Moore. Moore's parents passed away before she completed primary school. Following their deaths, she dropped out of school to earn a living as a hairdresser to support her two younger sisters. She educated herself by reading the writings of Frederick Douglass and entering into the speeches of Marcus Garvey. Moved by the Black national message in a speech Marcus Garvey gave in New Orleans, Moore migrated to Harlem, New York in 1922. During the early years of Harlem Renaissance, while in Harlem, she became a member and then a leader within Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association, known as UNIA. A proud shareholder in the Black Star Line, she helped organize UNIA conventions in New York. Moore married Frank Warner in 1922. They had one son, Thomas. After the demise of UNIA, Moore founded several organizations with her base in Harlem. Moore founded and served as president of the Universal Association of Ethiopian Women in 1950. In 1963, she founded the Committee for Reparations for Descendants of the United States Slaves and the Republic of New Africa, which demanded self-determination, land, and reparations for African Americans. During the height of the Cold War, Moore presented a petition to the United Nations in 1957, which demanded land and billions in reparations for people of African descent, and it requested direct support for African Americans who sought to immigrate to Africa. Moore also focused on local issues. In 1966, she participated sitting at the Board of Education meeting in Brooklyn in 1966. Moore and other protesters said board members failed to adequately fund schools in African American communities. She also served as the bishop of the Apostolic Orthodox Church of Judea, and she co-founded the Commission to Eliminate Racism, Council Church of Greater New York. While attending the funeral for her Ghanaian president, Kwame, I don't know if I'm going to pronounce this correctly, Nkrumah, in 1972. The Ashanti ethnic group bestowed upon her honorary title, Queen Mother, in 1989. The Korean Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C. honored Moore and 40 other famous black women in Brian Locke's photo exhibit I dream a world. Moore's activism continued through the mid-1990s, and she made her final public appearance at the Million Man March in 1995. On May 2nd, 1997, Queen Mother Moore passed away at the age of 98 from natural causes in a Brooklyn nursing home. At the time of her death, she was survived by her son, 5 grandchildren, and a great-grandson.
I hope you never lose your sense of wonder. You get your fill to eat, but always keep that hunger. May you never take one single breath for granted. God forbid love ever leave you empty-handed. I hope you still feel small when you stand beside the ocean. Whenever one door closes, I hope one opens. Promise me that you'll give fate a fighting chance. And when you get the choice to sit it out or dance, I hope you dance. I hope you dance. I hope you dance. I hope you dance. I hope you never fear those mountains in the distance. Never settle for the path of least resistance. taking chances. Loving might be a mistake, but it's worth making. I hope you dance. I hope you dance. I hope you dance. I hope you dance. And so tonight, we will take a moment and recognize the drum in the person of Mr. Percy Green. When I first saw that, I had such a hard time. Poochie Green, now I got it right. My wife told me, don't say that. But anyway, so
good evening. Good evening. My name is Herb Poochie Green. I'm an African and Latin professional percussionist. I'm recorded. At this moment like this, I didn't know about Queen Mother. I'm from right down the road in Lafayette. I've been throughout the world as a performer. I also teach. And when it comes to the drums, I play about 145 different percussive instruments. And so tonight, during the libation, I played djembe drum. But because of the beauty of the Queen Mother and what she stood for, I brought a special drum that's not your average traditional drum. So it's called a slit drum or a tongue drum, and it's derived in Nigeria. And it's very melodic, so I hope you like it. If your kids ever watch Animal Planet, then you'll know what I'm talking about. it was relevant then and is relevant now. And it was so important that the drum got banned, but they couldn't keep the rhythm that's held within inside. And I like to always go back to that.
There are principles or black values. I think they're called the Nguza Saba. After the wonderful symposium today, if we would pick one value, I think that would be Kuchi Chakalia. Self-determination. And I think that that value personifies Queen Mother. And so we want to do a song, a Kuchi Chakalia song, and it's called God Bless the Child That's Got Its Own. celebrate Queen Mother. We're so happy to have representation from her family, hailing from Philadelphia and Chicago. I first had my jazz experience as a musician from a roommate who was from Chicago, from Philadelphia, South Philly, and he met someone from Atlantic City. He really wasn't from Atlantic City, but he asked him where he came from, and he said Louisiana. So he followed him to Louisiana, and I met him. And Chicago, very familiar with and interested in the Loop, new people in the Loop. So we're very happy that you're here. We can't give you a hoagie because we just don't know how to make that here. But definitely, we are so happy to have had an opportunity to celebrate with you on your grandmother's birthday. And so I think that we've had a wonderful celebration, and this is our first time doing that. Many people were asking, Queen Mother who? And now, for the first time, we know who she is. And this will not be the first time. And I don't know, Dr. Caesar, if you're ready for the auction or to make some closing remarks. Yes?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, we're still open for 5 minutes. So what we'll do is a 5-minute, the auction is still open, and when we finish, we'll be able to announce.
Y'all gonna sing happy birthday?
Huh? Oh, okay.
Stevie Wonder style.
Now, let's see. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Go ahead, Will. We'll do it a little New Orleans style, huh? Okay, we'll do Blue Monk and
I would like to first thank the wonderful members and the people who came together to give this wonderful tribute to Queen Mother Moore. So thank you all. We appreciate your efforts to come all the way to New Iberia to participate in this wonderful ceremony for Queen Mother Moore. Okay, so now you wonder who got it. Okay. All right. So the original Antonio Lawson painting goes to Miss Emily Wright. Miss Emily Wright, can you come up?
Oh, I'm excited. I'm sorry I outbid my daughter, but okay. I had to have it. I'm just tickled. I'm tickled about the whole thing. Today was a beautiful day, and we had, I had a great time. I enjoyed all the music. I just enjoyed all the speakers. I enjoyed spending some time with her granddaughters. And oh God, we gotta have a birthday celebration next year too. Second annual?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you all for participating in the first annual Queen Mother Moore Symposium and Celebration. We hope that you all have good information and looking forward for you all to just continue to research on Queen Mother Moore. I would like to encourage you all to look on the website of the Iberia African American Historical Society. We have a public archive in which you can find more information about Queen Mother Moore, and we're going to continue to add to it. And join us, right? We would love to have you all participate in helping us organize. It truly takes a team, and we have a team of committed, wonderful people. So I want, if you are a part of the Iberia African American Historical Society, if you can just stand so people can recognize you. Some of you all are wearing blue shirts. Some of you all have spoken. I know you all see my face, but what I'm saying is this has been a team effort, and we could not have done these wonderful programs today if we all did not work together. On that note, I want to make sure, am I missing anything? I just want to make, oh, thank you. And Dr. Turnipseed and Dr. Farmer and Dr. Umoja. Yes, yes. And on that note, I believe we have ended, and she is smiling down on us. So I will get off the stage so the wonderful musicians can give us a closing song. Thank you all for coming, and have a wonderful night. everyone.
Good morning.
I am Dr. Tiffany Caesar, and I have had the pleasure to work with the Iberia African American Historical Society on this wonderful event that we have today, which is called the Queen Mother Moore Legacy Symposium and Celebration.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to be here to share this in the place where my grandmother was born. She wasn't the kind of grandmother that baked cookies or took us to the zoo. I mean, she took me to Africa at age 13.
To say about Queen Mother Moore and talk about how I got to her is that I like to talk about her as kind of the spider web that holds the Black freedom movement together.
I had the opportunity to meet Queen Mother Moore when I was a young man 50 years ago now, when I was 18 years old.
Come on, give it to her. I need that energy. Her, as we all do, we definitely stand on the shoulders of a queen. And it is for that reason that I felt I must allow Queen Mother to speak. No one can tell Queen Mother Audley Moore's story better than Queen Mother Audley Moore.
Audley had a dream that one day she will be queen. Audley changed the world. Mother Moore was about the community.
It's important for us to stand up in our communities and take control and learn how to be self-sufficient, how to create jobs and opportunities, you know, how to create an economic base, and that's the struggle, but that's the goal right now, to really create an economic engine that could liberate us to create more jobs, more opportunities for the children. So here in the garden is where I like to spend a lot of time to relax, to open up, to connect with the earth, to actually be able to feed myself, to feed my family, to feed my community. So this is an important aspect of the business. Just where the times that we're in right now, it's just important to grow your food and learn the process of growing food and where it comes from to replenish the body.